parse this structured format to get the source image and the corresponding captions. So after extracting all the image and captions, we apply crowdsourcing to further clean and label the extracted data. More specifically, we first ask annotators to select single chart images. So these are the images that we focus in this work. Some images could contain multiple charts, which are too difficult for this work. So we start with just single chart images. And then we also ask the annotators to annotate some chart types, like it's either line chart, bar chart, and so on. This information is only used in evaluation and for analysis purpose. This is not an input to the model. So overall, on the Biomedical dataset, we obtained about 7,400 single chart images. So the next I'm talking introduce the proposed model. So this figure shows an overall model architecture. There are three main components. At the bottom, we see a base image captioning model. Since this task is pretty similar to image captioning, we start with the image captioning model. And then we add an OCR encoder on the top, which encodes the text information inside a chart image. And then finally, everything is connected to a pre-trained language decoder, which will generate the summary sentence. So like overall, we basically enhanced a image captioning model with an OCR encoder and a pre-trained language decoder. I'm going to describe each of these components briefly next. So for the image captioning, the base model, we simply adopt the attentive encoder decoder image captioning model proposed by Hu et al. In 2015. In this model, it encodes image using a ResNet 101 model, and it used an LSTM model to encode the text, the captions. And finally, there's an attention module that attends to image features with the LSTM hidden state as the query. And in our experiment and analysis, we will also evaluate like just this model, like without our enhancements. The next component is the OCR encoder. So recall that the key difference between a chart image and the natural images is that the text inside the chart images are very important. Like the text and its position in the chart should kind of define the structure of the chart and also define the meaning of the chart. So here we use a OCR tool, the Tesseract, to extract a sequence of text with their positions in the images. And the representation of a piece of text is simply its word embedding plus a linear transformation of its position coordinates. So finally, this OCR encoder basically introduced another view of the original, the input image. And whatever decoder we use can attend to both the OCR encoder results and the ResNet encoder results to generate the summary. The last component here is a pre-trained language decoder. So we use it to generate more coherent and more fluent sentence. Here we use the GPT-2 model. The key challenge here is how can we connect the image encoder and the OCR encoder with the GPT-2 model. And we've tried several ways to connect the three components. You can find the details in the paper. But finally, in the base configuration, we basically prepend the image features with word embeddings, which are shown in these red and blue blocks here. We basically concatenate the image features with the word features, word embeddings. And for the OCR encoder results, we apply a cross-attention module here to connect the OCR encoder results with the GPT-2 decoder. So during decoding, the GPT-2 decoder, like the self-attention mechanism, could attend to the image features here while generate the sentence. And you also could like borrow words from OCR results through this cross-attention module in order to generate more like domain specific words. So yeah, finally, let's take a look at some results. Here, this is the result on the PubMed datasets. Under the supervised setting, we just split the crowd annotated images into train, validation, and test, so that the training dataset is pretty small. And we evaluate 3 model setup: the base image captioning model, and with OCR encoder, and the final model with both OCR encoder and the GPT-2 decoder. And we use this for like standard metrics for image captioning. We can see that for the first 3 metrics, the proposed components are pretty useful. They both improved upon the base model. But for the under the last metrics, we see that the proposed model is actually performs worse than the base model. And we find that this is due to the size of training data, that we don't have like enough training data. So the model is still biased towards GPT-2 prior, meaning that it still generates coherent sentence, but it mainly use some common words instead of domain-specific words or the words in the image. So in order to overcome this problem of small training data size, we try to automatically add more training data. And recall that the human annotators are only used to select clean single chart image. And we can actually replace this job with an image classifier. So we build a high precision image classifier, which can filter out non-chart and multi-chart images. And by applying this classifier on lots of images on PubMed data, overall the training data is like 3 times larger now under this we call semi-supervised setup. So in this figure, we compared our proposed final model under the previous supervised setup and the semi-supervised setup. We see that the adding more training data significantly helps the performance for under 4 metrics. Yeah, so in conclusion, we propose to study this very challenging but yet important chart summarization task. And we create data sets from PubMed Central and Archive. This is our initial attempt to solve this important task. Just based on some characteristics of the task, we simply put together some existing models to build a baseline. And yeah, we basically hope the work could open up several opportunities for future research. Yeah, that's all from me. Thanks for listening. Is there any question?
Thank you so much. So if you have any questions from the audience, you can just use the microphones or come to the presentation area, and or you can use the chat setting section to ask your questions. Okay. We have a question. You can just look into the chat section. We have a question there.
The PubMed articles. I think I need to check its specific number. I think it's at a scale of maybe 50,000, around 50,000 papers. Yeah.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah. So for the next question, I think this task is still very hard. Right. That's my impression. Like, to understand a chart, you really need to understand several components in the chart. So doing this end to end, I think it's very challenging. So we do have some ideas on like break it down into smaller pieces of like sub problems in order to get better performance. Yeah.
So maybe since we are actually a little bit out of our schedule, so maybe you can answer the rest of the questions using the chat section, and then we can continue with our next presentations. And if it's possible for you, I ask you to keep your presentations under 10 minutes, so we can continue with our plan. So
Yeah, hi. I
yeah.
still cannot. It's, I probably need to shut down my laptop to share the screen, but I sent my slides to Frank. So
Yeah, sorry.
if Frank can show the slides, otherwise I will, shut down and restart the laptop to see if I can share the screen. Right now it's
Yeah,
blocked.
I see. Yeah, that's fine. So Frank, can you share your screen, or we can continue
Yeah,
with
sounds
our
good.
next?
So actually, I've sent the slide to you. Can you share your screen? I've sent the slide to you as well.
I see. Let me open.
It seems each app has a different kind of permission to share the mic and everything. So
Yeah, I guess the laptop says this is where I draw the line. Zoom, yes. WebEx, yes. Blue Jeans, yes. GatherTown, no. Yeah, I'm sure it's still something somewhere, and if I shut it down and restart it, we'll probably start sharing.
It's a little bit to actually. I'm getting the slides, and then I will share my screen.
thanks.
Yeah, sorry for the disruption, but I
Don't worry.
could not anticipate that it will not share.
Yeah, no, I'm sure we have the same issue with the speaker afterwards. So yeah, there it is.
Yes,
So
thank you.
can you see? Yeah,
Thank you very
so-
much. Yes, and I will just then say, next slide as we go. Thank you. So, a disclaimer that I work at the National Library of Medicine, which is a part of U.S. government, but the opinions in that talk are all mine, not these of the U.S. government. Next slide, please. So, over the years, it's a library, so obviously we work with scientific literature. And over the years, we looked at many different aspects of the scientific literature. The indexing initiative to automatically summarize the documents that was started even way before I joined the library and then joined that group. So I will talk a little bit about that, then about the evaluation of that automated indexing within the BioAsk challenge, and finally the Medline 2022 initiative that will probably be of interest to this community. Then I will talk about looking at different parts of the documents to support clinical decisions that we have done over the years, and then working with the full text and sort of like the pitfalls of working with the full text. And finally, viewing the documents through the images. And we just heard the talk about using the images from PubMed Central, and this is exactly what OpenAI, our application, is doing. It is providing access to images primarily from PubMed Central, but also some specialized radiology images. Next slide, please. So, indexing of biomedical text is important for many reasons. It provides a brief overview of what's in the document. It helps people find what they're looking for. It normalizes different ways people are talking about something to a controlled vocabulary. For example, if someone is looking for heart attack and they don't know that it is also called myocardial infarction, they will not find that document, but the indexing will normalize it to that controlled vocabulary, and either one of these search terms will help you. And indexing could be done completely manually, which it used to be at the beginning of document indexing. Then it became assisted, and this is where MTI is coming in. And now we are actually transitioning to fully automated with some spot checking by the indexers. And indexing, not just for biomedical text, but overall, has been shown to be beneficial for retrieval, beneficial for summarization and other high-level tasks, and for many other applications. Next slide, please.
Let me just hide this. Can you see my screen?
Yes, so this is an example of Medline indexing. Medline is that part of PubMed that has the literature that is indexed. On the left, you see the title and the abstract and the other metadata from that paper. And on the right, you see the terms that the indexers have assigned to this paper. You see that some terms have these little stars, which means this is the main topic that is discussed in the paper. So, for example, there's this strabismus and genetics, and that slash indicates that this is a subheading in addition to heading, and that subheading clarifies what aspect of strabismus is discussed in that paper. So that indexing was implemented initially to just even allow computers to retrieve relevant documents, because back then when the effort was started, there was no way the whole abstract could have been indexed. And of course, now that we have these capabilities to index the full text, we looked, next slide, please. We looked into whether indexing is still relevant, and it turns out that it is still relevant. So we, in our study of specifically Medline indexing, it's still, because of that vocabulary mismatch, it still helps finding 17% more of the relevant publications. And we looked at the various tasks in the text retrieval conference, where people were trying to find relevant genetics documents, relevant clinical decision support documents. And when used judiciously, it improves mesh, improves both recall, but also for these applications that already have really good recall, it also improves precision. So overall, it's still a very useful tool. It is used also beyond retrieval. It is used in summarization. It is used in building various profiles of scientists, research groups, profiles of research areas. So it is still a very important and useful way to summarize the scientific document. Next slide, please. So before I describe what medical text indexer is, because we already talked about what it does, it used to be that it supported the indexers. Now you see in purple at the bottom that it is becoming the primary indexing tool used at the National Library of Medicine for Medline. There is this sort of highlights the history of how the indexing started. So it started almost 200 years ago, when they started basically assigning labels to various publications. What is the publication about? And that classification that continued to Index Medicus when computers became available and PubMed was becoming available. That medical subject heading index that I was talking about was developed. And it was developed in such a way specifically so that about 100 documents will be retrieved by these terms, so not too little and not too much. Then what really improved for the automated tools finding these relevant terms is the unified medical language system, because it added to these controlled vocabulary mesh, it added these what we call UMLS synonymy. So these terms that are synonymous from the viewpoint, they are semantically the same, that was added. And then MTI was introduced when, as we've heard in the previous talk and in the introduction, the literature has exploded and the growth is exponential. So the index section was not there was a lag between when the paper was published and when it was indexed, and to support the indexers, MTI was developed, and then now it is the primary tool for indexing the literature. Next slide, please. So this is, the picture on the left is just to show that it is a really, really complex tool that, as you see, it's been in development close to 15 years now. And it started with knowledge engineering. Then as the machine learning approaches were evolving, they were added. There are lots of business rules that are also added. So all of that constitutes the MTI processing right now. And the milestones in the MTI development were that, it was first sort of looked up, particularly by the new indexers who were learning the task. It was supportive for them. But then it became so much better that the indexers noticed that some journals actually, they don't have to correct it too much. So it became the first line indexer for these journals with the supervision of the indexers. And then up until this year, the indexers were consulting with it more and more. So 70% of the articles had some support from MTI, and now everything is basically it's not called the first line anymore. It's called MTI Automated, but it is the first line tool, and then the indexers are basically just correcting something or just letting it through. Next slide, please. So BioAsk, among its tasks, it has these semantic indexing task, large-scale semantic indexing, and it's exactly what MTI does, and it was instrumental in improving MTI. So looking at what the other teams have done and using the approaches that they've explored, we improved MTI performance by 4%, which, on the scale of PubMed, it's always statistically significant because it's just so many documents there. And it is also providing a venue where MTI is evaluated independently in the outside setting. Next slide, please. So the current MTI that is serving Medline 2022 now combines the CNN approach that we have developed several years ago with the traditional MTI that I've shown, all that complex knowledge engineering. The idea is that gradually, probably the deep learning approaches will become the backbone, and then the business rules and other inputs from the indexers over the years will be added to that framework to clean it up. And you can see that we experimented with really many architectures, and it turned out that the CNN architecture was the one that was giving us really good results. What's interesting, we use the same architecture to decide whether the article should be indexed. So not everything that is in PubMed has indexing. There are some papers in there that are somewhat out, they're still useful for medicine, but their vocabulary is so outside of the medical subject headings that it will not be productive to index those. So these articles are not, they're just PubMed, not Medline, and they're not indexed. And the same tool with additional training is deciding whether it should be indexed, and it is already also in production. On the left, if you're interested in Medline 2022 more, there was a technical bulletin announcing this activity, and there's a link there that you can use to follow and see the details of what this initiative does. Next slide, please. So that was all about indexing, and I'm switching now to document understanding for clinical decision support. And one of the first questions that we had, as you can see by the picture on the right, many years ago, when I just started at the National Library of Medicine, my mentor was convinced that people gradually will switch to these new handheld devices and will be using these devices to access information that they need. Obviously, now we know that she was absolutely right. But back then, the Palm Pilots and the Microsoft smartphones had very little real estate to show anything. And an app was needed because they did not have a browser, and you could not access PubMed without a browser. So that's how we started developing these PubMed on tap. And I'm bringing it up because of that, limited real estate. We had to decide if showing the title alone is helpful or not to the end users. And we looked into that, a trained nurse could, with 93% accuracy, decide that the paper is clinically relevant just looking at the title. Then there was, at the time, a lot of discussions that the abstracts are not enough to understand what the full text is saying. And, we have seen in some recent years some cases where reporters have just looked at the abstracts in PubMed and overlooked that the study was supported by some industry and might be biased. And then they reported, to the public just based on the abstracts. So definitely, there is additional information in the full text, but for understanding the clinical implications and the bottom line of the paper, we found that the bottom line for clinical decision support is usually in the abstract if the paper contains it. However, as I mentioned, there are details that are needed that are not in the full text of the paper and not in the abstract, and you have to go to the full text of the paper. So I will talk about two such cases. Next slide, please. So one is going back to MTI. One of the really important headings to find the study that you need is the subject of the study. So if I'm only interested in the human studies, the heading that is called check tag humans will help me find those. If, on the other hand, I'm curating the mouse database, I want to see studies about mice and rats. So if you go to the next slide, here's an example of the abstract. The information in the abstract just says that your elderly patients. Based on the abstract, MTI assigned aged based on the term elderly, but also then the machine learning somehow assigned the middle-aged label. Of course, the indexers did not do that. They actually assigned the label aged over 80. Well, you can't get that out of elderly, so how did they know that? When we go to the full text of that paper, we can see that there is a line that says, that gives the exact ages of the patients that were included. So definitely for extracting better information about the subjects of the study, we need to go to the full text. Next slide, please. So we actually tried to go to the full text for MTI before, and in our first attempt, we used the whole full text. And that was detrimental for two reasons. Processing was extremely slow, and the results were worse than just looking at the abstract. So then when we started looking at these study subjects, we realized that the only section that we should look at is the methods section, because this is where people are describing the setup of their study. And when we did that and looked just at the methods section, we were able to significantly improve the check tags and the mice and rat species identification. And again, that was added back into the MTI tool. Next slide, please. So when we were studying whether indexing is still useful, among many activities, we reached out to pharmaceutical companies and search engines that support pharmaceutical companies, and asked them if they're using mesh for any reasons. And they said, of course we are, because FDA requires that we react to adverse events to our drugs reported in the literature. And the way we know these adverse events were reported, we set up these filters based on MASH. And we look for side effects and our drug names. And there are close to 20,000 such filters for different pharmaceutical companies. But then when they told us, but then we have a problem, because then we need to get the full text, because the dose of that drug is really, really hard to find, and we need to report these specific doses. So we looked into the research at the time, and we saw that actually, although there is lots and lots of dose extraction from clinical notes, there were no dose extraction work on doses in the literature. So we created that collection where we annotated in the full text the full information about the drug. And the next slide, please. So if you are interested, this collection is available, and there's also a baseline information for baseline established for extracting that information, and the code and the annotated collections are available from our websites. Next slide, please. So the final part is the document understanding through the images in the documents. And this research came about for two reasons. Marty Hurst published several papers saying that basically PubMed absolutely should show images alongside the abstracts, because this is where people get information that helps them understand what's in the paper. And it was seconded by this other study in general, not just for medical literature, where they looked at how people understand the papers using the abstracts. And it turned out that when people hesitate, it might or might not be useful, they order the full text, and then they look at the pictures and the captions first, and then they decide whether the paper is actually relevant or not. So we decided that we will bring these images and captions to the surface. And it is not doable on PubMed scale because not all publishers allow working with their images, but the ones that are in the PubMed Central Open Access subset are open for use and even showing in our browsers. So this is what we're working with primarily. Next slide, please. So in OpenAI, people can search for related images just by image alone. That was, we envisioned the situation where someone, a clinician, might have an image that, and they might have several different diagnoses in mind, but they're not confident which one it is. And then by dropping that image into the search box, and maybe by adding a couple of words, they can find related literature and see if, it should help their clinical decision. So the image view, and then there is the list view that is more traditional for search engines. And we also show some additional information for the image. So it's the bottom line that we extract from the paper and some link outs. Next slide, please. So to produce that, to make that collection available, there is a lot of work on preparing the collection for publication. We process the text using the Unified Medical Language System to extract and normalize the terms. We process the images. We represent the images with currently with deep learning features. And then we combine the two into what we call an enriched citation. And then these enriched citations are indexed using a traditional search engine. Next slide, please. So this is an enriched citation. We call it an enriched citation because the abstracts and titles that are shown in PubMed are called citations into biomedical literature. So here it's that citation enriched with the image and all the textual information that pertains to that image. So there is the caption that is fairly easy to extract from the XML documents. There's also the mention that we extract from the full text by locating where the image is discussed in the text and then expanding the from that focal point within the context for that discussion. You also see on the left the place for the abstract, but in this case, it's not the abstract that was produced by the authors, but it is our automatically generated abstract. Next slide, please. So the reason we have these automatically generated abstracts is that by looking for some results in OpenAI, I noticed that the whole left side is empty. So my first thought was, well, we have a bug, we're not showing the abstract. But then we did some investigation, and it turned out that out of the, I think it's close to 500,000 papers in the open access subset of PubMed Central now, but back then it was, I think, like 300,000. 50,000 of those had no author-produced abstracts. So it's a significant chunk of papers that come up without any information for the user. So that's why we started looking into generating some abstracts to support the user understanding of the document. Next slide, please. So the core of that summarizer that we use is this bottom line recommendation extraction, which we developed some years ago. It basically scans the text for the concepts, for location of the sentence, and then it combines these different classifiers to rank each sentence in the abstract and in the full text and select the best. You can give it the n for the sentence number that you want to extract, and these sentences are then extracted. We also combined it with the key term extractor. So we are looking for key terms in that paper, and then we find the locations where the key terms are unique and dense, and combining these two extractors, we then produce the summary. Next slide, please. So this is our open summarizer that is also available from the OpenAI site. You can submit a PDF, you can copy paste the text and get the summary for the paper if needed. Next slide, please. So this is that summarization work is continuing. We are looking into zero shot and few shot. Zero shot did not work out all that great for us, but few shot was actually a good experience. We are also looking at a very important topic of simplifying the biomedical literature for the public, because as we have seen, particularly with the pandemic, there is a lot of information that is only available in that scientific form, and it's not accessible to general public. So adapting and translating it to more understandable language is a really important task. We are also looking into providing answers to questions in a form of videos. For example, in an emergency situation, rather than reading some text, even if it's beautifully summarized, it will be really good to see how to do something. For example, stop a bleeding. So we just wrapped up the evaluation, and the results for that video, I believe it's the first video question answering task. So the results will be presented at the BioNLP workshop that is collocated with ACL in May, hopefully in person in Dublin, but maybe virtually as well. And the next slide, please. So shout out to my group. The main focus of the group is the biomedical question answering in various forms. And these are the members of the group working on these different aspects that I just mentioned. And OpenAI and MTI are supported by Sonia and Will and Alistair. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for inviting me, and sorry for the snafus with the sharing. And here are some people that specifically are working on MTI and OpenAI projects. Thank you. I hope you have questions.
Thank you so much. It was a very insightful talk. Thank you again for presenting this to us. I think we can take a couple of questions, and if you have more questions, I think the audience can maybe ask you directly, or you use the chat section to ask something if you are still here. Do you have any questions from the audience?
Oh, the question is, what are the limitations for using PubMed data that is not open, copyright violation. If you try to take the images out of the papers that are not in the under specific licenses in the open access subset of PubMed Central, then you're violating copyright.
Thank you. So maybe I think we can move on with our next presentations. And thank you again for.
Thank you very much.
So, thank you. So our next presentations will be by Dimitrios. The title is in pattern classification, domain adaptation is all you need. So if you are ready, you can just come to the presentation area and share your screen. And please, again, keep your presentations under 10 minutes so we can finish the workshop on time.
Hello.
Hi.
I think I'm trying to share my screen.
At the bottom of your screen, you should see a share screen button, so you can just use that.
Yes. Yeah. I think I need to restart my laptop to have access to give permission for the access screen. So should we move to the next one and then?
Or if you cannot share, you can just send your slides to my email.
Yes.
Just send your slides to my email and I can share my.
I'm sending you by email, right? Okay.
Sure. While you're doing this, maybe we can also continue with our next presentations, and when your slides are ready, we can
Yes.
continue. So if Rashad is ready, we can continue with that presentations. The title is segmenting technical drawing figures in US patents. So are you ready to start your presentation?
Yeah. So you can hear me sound, right?
Yeah, we can
You
hear
hear
you.
me, right? Okay. So
Yeah.
I'm screen sharing. So you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay. Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Rashad, and I'm a PhD student at Old Dominion University. So here I'm going to present segmenting technical drawing figures in US pattern. And this work, I collaborate with Diana Wen. She is a scientist from Los Alamos National Lab. And also Jiang Wu. She is assistant professor at Old Dominion University. Okay, so segmentation is a very core computer vision problem because you need pixel level understanding the image to identify the object within the scene. There is a lots of research going on natural image, but very little research on sketch image, and it is very, very hard because in natural image you can have color informations and other shape information, but whereas this sketch image we have only black and white pixels, so it is hard. So the goal of this project is actually given this sketch image to identify or to this subfigure. So we perform different computational model. We then I compare it. So use like heuristic point shooting model, and then we use a different deep learning model like UNet, HNet, and transformer. Okay, so in this pilot project, we have like 500 US patent dataset, and this dataset contain single subfigure and compound subfigure. For example, this example, we can see that only one subfigure, and for this image, we can see there is a two subfigure, like for example here figure 21 and figure 20, and another example is like this one. Okay, so we use like point shooting method, which is a like unsupervised method, and also use the deep learning method that is supervised method. The problem is that for deep learning training, we don't have a ground truth. So what we did actually, we use generated marks that we use the marks that was generated by point shooting to train the deep learning model. Okay, so this is our pipeline. So how our model or approach works. So here we have the image without caption, and then that image go through the segmentation model, and the model produce these segmentation marks, and it has like simply foreground and background, and then using this segmentation marks, we draw the contour, and from that contour information, we draw the bounding box, and eventually we segment the object. Okay, so our first approach is the dot shooting method. So initially we have a image with level. So at first we have to remove this level. We use like AWS recognition toolkit to remove this one. So then we have this clean image. So then we scan through the whole image, and if we found any black pixel, we draw the circle around it, and you can see that this is the circle, and then we fill it up with colors. So here we fill it up with red. So eventually we get this kind of segmentation marks. Then from this segmentation marks, we draw the contour, and using this contour, we draw the bounding box. Eventually, is for used for verifications. This whole process is unsupervised method. There is no learning, so it's pretty good. Okay, so there is this is our successful segmentation scenario. Here we have input image that has two subfigures, and the dot shooting method produce sorry, yeah. So dot shooting method produce two bounding box. So this is correct. So this is the another input image, and you can see that there is two subfigure. Model produce two bounding box. This is correct. So there is another scenario where the model fail for correct segmentation. For example, this is the input image that is one subfigure, but model produce multiple bounding box. So this is not correct. And another one, we have a image with one subfigure, but model produce two bounding box. So this is not correct. So then we go for the deep learning model. Again, for deep learning model, we don't have actually the ground truth. So we produce this ground truth using the point shooting method. And then we train the deep learning model as an end-to-end. And after training the train model, we use like testing image, and this model produce segmented marks. And using this segmented marks, we draw the contour, and from that contour we draw the bounding box, and this eventually this bounding box is extracted and saved in the file. Okay, so for next slide, I will only continue for this segmentation method, because you can see that for contour drawing, if we have this segmentation marks, we can easily draw the contour and bounding box using the available tool. So this part is actually trivial, so I skip that expert. I only talk about the segmentation method. Okay, so the first method, we use the UNet, and the UNet is very popular for biomedical image segmentation, but here we made little bit simpler. We use like 5-layer encoder and 5-layer decoder, and we train UNet as an end-to-end mapping from scratch, where we use the sketch image generated from point shooting as a ground truth. And this is our result, and you can see that here some successful scenario. There's a two sub figure model produce two bounding balls. This is correct, and similar this one is correct. And here we can see that these two was unsuccessful for point shooting. You can see that point shooting it make incorrect segmentation, but here UNet produce correct segmentation. But model also produce some unsuccessful segmentation. For example, for this image, there is 3 subfigure, but model produce 1 bounding ball. This is incorrect. And also for this image, it should be 1 subfigure, 1 bounding ball, but model produce 3 bounding ball. This is not correct. Okay, so then we go for HRNet, and you know that HRNet is better than UNet because in HRNet there is always a high resolution path. So this high resolution path capture the high frequency information. So in this structure, we have 3 stages: high resolution stage, mid resolution stage, and low resolution stage. And we have the same kind of parameter for UNet for fair comparison. And the more detail you can find from this reference. Okay, so this is our result. We can see that we have some successful scenario. So especially for these two example, these two example where the UNet, you can see the UNet is actually was failed, but here the HRNet is made a correct segmentation. And for unsuccessful segmentation here, this is the one bike, but model produce, you can see that 2 bounding balls here, and there is a small one here. And also here, there should be 2 bounding balls, but model produce 3 bounding balls. This is not correct. Okay, so then we go for transformer method. So in transformer method, we did not make any modification. We just use the pre-trained model and then fine tune it. So so that you can see the more detail of the transformer architecture of this in this reference. And so I skip this part and also use the jitter, and we similarly we just fine tune it, and the more details you can find to the this reference. So about the result, we can see that the transformer model produce correct segmentation where the UNet and HNet both fail, and so it also has some unsuccessful segmentation scenario. For example, this one, it should be 1 bounding box, but model produce 2 bounding box. And also this one is the unsuccessful segmentation scenario. Okay, so we made some comparison, visual comparison. Here, the first one is the point shooting. Second one is the UNet. Third one is the HRNet. Fourth one is the medical transformer. And last one is the jitter. So we can see that for this example, you can see the point shooting made incorrect segmentation, whereas the all method produce correct segmentation. And also for second example, we can see that the point shooting made incorrect segmentation, all other doing good. And for third one, the UNet produce unsuccessful segmentation, all other doing pretty good. And for this one, last one, the jitter made correct segmentation. So you can see that the deep learning here produce good result compared to the UNet, because although we train a deep learning model using the image generated by point shooting, but due to the generation ability of deep learning model produce better result compared to the point shooting. So this is our quantitative comparison. We can see that from this table, we made it 2 evaluation, automatic and manual. So from both of this evaluation, you can see that the medical transformer produce segmented about 97% with accurate. And my second good model is the HRNet. And in terms of time complexity, we can see that the UNet is faster. HRNet also doing pretty good, whereas the point shooting and jitter is pretty slow. So in conclusion, we can say that we actually propose heuristic model and also compared the model with different deep learning model, and we found that the transformer model produced pretty good result, that is 97%. So in future, we actually try to explore any complex deep learning model, especially ensemble model, and we apply definitely on big data set. Yeah, so that's for it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So If you have any questions, we can take one or two questions and then move on to the next presentation. Okay, thank you. So if you have any questions, you can just use the chat section, and just to keep save the time, maybe we can now continue to our next presentations by Dimitrios. So if you're ready, you can just come to the presentation area and share your screen. I think we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes. Now,
Can you show my screen, right?
yes, yes, we can see you.
Amazing. So, yeah, hello everyone. I'm Dimitrios Christovidelis from IBM Research, and today I'm going to present to you our work regarding pattern classification. So, in general, patents are one of the largest categories of scientific documents. They describe inventions. So this means that they contain valuable technical knowledge that we would like to extract from them. In the recent years, the number of patents is increased exponentially. So to keep up with this huge volume of information, we need tools to classify or filter patents. That's why, in the context of this work, our goal is to actually provide panel classifiers, so methods that can, given a patent or a piece of a patent, assign a set of relevant labels to it. So in the literature, there are a lot of different interesting methods to tackle this problem. I think one of the most promising so far is to use language models like BERT and fine-tune BERT for the task classification problem. This method performs relatively well, but the existing language models have been trained using corpora that are highly differentiated from the patent domain. And this means that such models cannot capture well the specific characteristics of the patents. Training a patent language model from scratch is an expensive process, which will require a lot of resources and a lot of time. So that's why we like to tackle this issue with three different methods. So the first thing that we tried was to actually perform this domain adaptive pre-training. So starting from scratch and train a new language model, we start from an already pre-trained model like BERT, and then we continue the training using a patent corpus for few epochs. This was a completely unsupervised training, like the standard mask language modeling training in which the BERT model has been trained. Then, once this training is over, we have a language model adapted for the patent domain, and then we can also do a second step of fine-tuning for the task, for the patent classification task. The advantage of such approach is that the domain-adapted model that we have is actually a general language model for the patents, so we can use it, of course, for the patent classification, but we can also leverage and fine-tune this model for any NLP tasks for patents. Then the second method that we tried was to leverage adapters for it. So in this approach, we actually, again, took a pre-trained model, language model, but we froze it, and we added some adapters to it. So adapters are a set of newly introduced weights within the layers of the transformer model. Then we just do the standard fine-tuning approach, But during fine tuning, we just tune these newly added weights in a way that we can adapt the whole model to the domain and to the task. And then, last but not least, we just try to combine these two methods and having a new method that, first of all, we take a pre-trained model, we adapt it to the pattern domain, and then we use adapters for the fine-tuning for the classification task. So in this slide, you can see an overall of all the methods that we explored for pattern classification. The first method is the standard fine-tuning, an approach that has already existing in the literature, and the other three methods are actually what we try to do for the task. So some details about our methodology. So first of all, regarding the input, patents have different parts, so abstract, titles, claims, description. We focus on titles and abstracts, which is probably two of the most easiest parts of a patent that someone can obtain. Then as pre-trained language models, we select BERT, but also we select SciBERT, because based on the corpus on which has been trained, this corpus is the closer to the pattern domain corpus that we could find in any pre-trained model. Then regarding the domain adaptive pre-training, we use a corpus of 10 million patents, and we just continue the training of the pre-trained model for 3 more epochs. And then for the fine-tuning, we can go for either the standard well-known BERT fine-tuning for 3 epochs, or in the case of adapters, we need to go for 15 epochs because we have new random initialized weights in this version. To evaluate and compare these methods, we relied on a USPTO-based dataset. So this is a dataset that has already existed in the literature. It is based on the US Patent Office. As a training set has more than 235,000 patents, as testing set has 42,000 patents, and as labels contains 89 IPC subclasses. So IPC is a hierarchy of different classes for the patents, and actually describes the different types of patents that we can find, the different based on the content of one patent. So we took the 9 IPC labels, which are the most common labels that one can find in this collection of patents. So to evaluate, we use a lot of different baselines. So first of all, we use some different CNN-based approaches using as embeddings either fasttext or GPT-2. Then we also check and compare the standard BERT fine-tuning or even the standard SciBERT fine-tuning. And then we have our approaches. So we have the pre-trained models using adapters for fine-tuning, the pre-trained models adapted to the patent domain, so having this patent BERT or SciBERT model, or we have the combination, so we have patent BERT plus adapters. So in order to compare, we use the top 1 and the top 5 predictions, and we have highlighted with bold the models which have the best 2 values for each metric. As you can see, for the top 5 predictions, the combination of domain adaptation plus adapters have the best results. For the top 1, the CNN-based models have better recall, but we believe that this is because CNN model focus on some classes that are very common in this corpus. We also did the same evaluation using micro-precision recall and F1 score, and we also included the coverage error, which defines how many labels should we take for each patent in order to retrieve all its labels. And as you can see, all our models outperform the baselines, and especially the combination of domain adaptation plus adapters have the best results. And here I have a performance overview of all the different methods and on all metrics. We have normalized the values per metric. So the 1 means that the model has the best value for this metric, 0 means that it has the worst value. And except of recall at 1, all the other methods, so the majority of all the other metrics converges that domain adaptation plus adapters could provide a very good models with very good performance. So to conclude, we presented new approaches for pattern classification based on language models. And we presented that the combination of domain adaptation and the use of adapters for fine-tuning performs the best result. An interesting artifact of our work is that actually we can have domain adapted models, so models special for the pattern domain, and our intention is to open source these models very soon. And also, as a next steps to our work, we would like to explore some further vocabulary adaptation techniques, but also to evaluate the models in more cases and actually to differentiate from the standard IPC evaluation of the models. So that's all. Thanks a lot. And if you have any questions, just let me know.
Thank you so much for your presentations. Any questions from the audience? Okay, it seems we don't have any question. Thank you again, and I think we can move on to the next presentations. The title is Rare Fact Reduced Evidence Retrieval Representation for Scientific Claim Verification. It will be by Ashish. If you are here, you can come to the presentation area and share your screen. Oh,
yeah, hi, I'll be presenting this presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. So you can just share your screen. Great.
So can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
So hi, my name is Dipanshu, and I'm a pre-final year undergrad at Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, and I'm excited to present today my work, Rare Fact Reduced Evidence Retrieval Representations for Scientific Claim Verification. So as we all know that fact verification is quite a labor intensive task to perform. And when it comes to like scientific statements such as ginger consumption reduces the severity of COVID-19, these statements can manipulate masses, and it's also a tremendous task to verify the authenticity of such statements. Because it would be a tremendous task to verify these statements from a vast extensive literature, and moreover we need scientific domain experts to search for the rationales that may support or refute such claims. Hence, we definitely need an automated fact verification system that can interpret numerical and statistical inferences. So for our work, we chose the SciFact task. The SciFact dataset consists of 1,409 scientific claims along with 5,183 relevant abstracts that may either support or refute these claims. The basic pipeline for fact verification consists of three different modules. The first one is the abstract retrieval module. In this module, we basically fetch out the relevant abstracts that are most likely to be related with a given claim. So we use these fetched out abstracts in the second module, the rational selection module, and fetch out those sentences which are actually related with the claim. And in the third module of stance prediction, we use these rationales and give a particular conclusion that these particular rationales support or refute a given claim. The evaluation criteria in the SciFact task is based on two criteria: the abstract level evaluation and sentence level evaluation. Along with the release of SciFact dataset, the authors also released a baseline system, VeriSCI. in this system, like for the abstract retrieval module, initially they fetched out top 3 abstracts which had the highest TF-IDF similarity between the abstracts and a particular claim. They use these abstracts in the next rational selection module and perform sentence by sentence binary classification using a BERT style language model. And after fetching out these rationals in this stance prediction module, they tackled this issue of stance prediction using three-way classification, in which they predicted like whether this particular set of rationals supports, refutes, or isn't related at all to a given claim. For this module as well, they used a BERT-based language model. So these are some of the related methods that are like quite prominent right now for fact verification. Basically, we can classify the fact verification systems into two categories: modular approaches and joint models. Modular approaches are basically like the sequential pipeline design models, whereas in like modular approaches, all of these three tasks are independent from one another. Whereas in joint models, we jointly train two or three modules collectively. So one of the highest performing modular approach based model is Word5 IRNI, and in this particular paper, authors have like used T5 large language model to in all of the three tasks. And one of the top performing models in joint models is ARS joint model, in which the authors have collectively trained abstract, rational, and stance prediction module. These three modules they have trained jointly. Whereas in the paragraph joint model, the authors have just trained the rational selection and stance prediction module collectively. QML, on the other hand, is like the intersection of both of these approaches. It's like a modular pipeline design, but in this particular paper, what the authors have done for the stance prediction module, rather than training it on the goal dataset, they have trained it on the predictions from abstract retrieval module, which creates somehow a partial binding between both of these two modules, and which like enhances the performance to a great extent. Our work is also like based on a similar approach. So in our approach, RARFACT, for abstract retrieval, initially like we fetch out the top 30 abstracts based on the TF-IDF similarity between the abstract corpus and a particular claim. And after fetching out these 30 abstracts, we perform binary classification using the Roberta large language model and filter out the irrelevant abstracts. Since we know that BERT-based language models have the limitation of just taking maximum 500 tokens as the input, so what we came out with, instead of feeding the whole abstract to the input of this abstract retrieval module, we feed a combination of the title of the abstract, first sentence of the abstract, and middle sentence, and the last sentence of the abstract. So for the rational selection module, as we discussed earlier, we trained this particular module on the predictions from the previous abstract retrieval module, and we performed binary classification sentence by sentence and on each sentence of the abstract, and just fetched out the top relevant ones, and we use those in the next stance prediction module. So we tackled the stance prediction module using two-stage binary approach. In the first stage, we fetch out whether the particular set of rationals has enough information that we can reach out to a conclusion or not. If yes, then we proceed with those rationals. And in the second stage, we like come to a conclusion whether these set of rationals support or contradict a particular claim. So for the stance prediction module, we use the BioBot MNLI language model, and for the second part, we use the Roberta large MNLI language model. So these are the results of our model, and we can see like our model has a significant increase as compared to the baseline various CI, and it's outperforming even various competitive models as well. But we also carried out the manual error analysis of our model, and we came to know that there are still some of the scenarios where our model fails behind, such as our model isn't capable of interpreting numerical inferences, or where the causal effect is observed. And in future, we are hoping that we could overcome these limitations and release a particular model that we can use in real time. So thank you for listening. I'll be happy if anybody has any questions.
Thank you so much for your interesting presentation. So we can take maybe one or two questions if you have any, and then we can continue to the next presentation. Okay, and I think if some of the audience come up with some questions later, you can just use the chat sections, or you can directly reach out to the others. So thank you again for your presentation, and next move to the next presentation. It will be by Enrique. The title is Neural Architectures for Biological Intersentence Relation Extraction. So you're sharing the screen. That's great. Let's get it started.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Enrique Noriega, and today I am talking about neural architectures for biological intersentence relation extraction. So to illustrate better what do I mean by biological context, I want to show you an example. This is an excerpt of a cancer biology paper in which we have multiple elements. In red, we have a biochemical event that expresses the interaction between two proteins. And a side effect of this interaction is that it creates tumors. But those tumors do not happen arbitrarily in the body. Instead, it is specified that they happen in lung, but they do not happen in muscle tissue. Moreover, it is stated that this holds for mice, but there's no other assertion about any other specific organisms. More formally, biological context, or biocontext for short, it is any mention that scopes biochemical interaction in a scientific paper. A biochemical interaction reads like this: Plexin B inhibits pi3 kappa activity, and its context or scope could be any mention of a species, organ, tissue, cellular component, or cellular type, etc. It is important to know it because if we have it, we can scope or contextualize higher level applications. For example, if we had an inference engine running on top of a knowledge graph that is put together from a dataset of these biochemical events. It is often that these biocontext relations are intersentence relation. And what I mean by this is that the event mentioned and the context mentioned are not on the same sentence. Whenever this happens, the problem is more complicated because we cannot rely on syntax to create or craft rules that easily associate the event with its context. In our work, we present a family of neural architectures to deal with this kind of intersentence relations. And to give you a sense of how prevalent this is, we are using an existing dataset of biochemical events with human curated biocontext annotations, in which a significant chunk of those annotations are intersentence relations. In this plot, we can see the distribution of the sentence distance between the event mentioned and the context mentioned. And we can also see that in spite of they being intersentence, they tend to be close to each other. And by the time that we reach a sentence distance of 10, they start to become increasingly infrequent. Some additional statistics of the dataset that we're using is that they have annotations, hand-curated annotations from 26 cancer biology papers. There are approximately 2,000 intersentence relation annotations, from which the average sentence distance is of 22, but the median sentence distance is of 5, which means that 50% of the annotations, or for 50% of the annotations, the distance between the event mentioned and the context mentioned is within 5 sentences. So how do we go from the data to framing it as a problem? The first step is to run an information extraction system on a paper, a scientific article. The result of this is going to be a set of biochemical events and a set of candidate context entity extractions. With this data, we're going to derive the set of individual context types mentioned in the paper, which could be human, lung, etc. And once we have it, we're going to pose the question: for each event mentioned and for each context type present in the paper, is that context type the correct context of the event. So as you can see, we end up with a whole bunch of binary classification problems per paper. So how do we fit this into an actual model? For that, we propose this neural overview of neural network family architectures, in which the input to that network is going to be a set of text spans. So each text span represents the text from the sentences anchored on a specific event, a focus event, that goes to or from a context mention of the type that we're looking for. What I mean by this is that if we are asking whether human is the correct species context for this event, and we have 3 mentions of human across the paper, then there are going to be 3 text spans. Once we have those text spans, we're going to inject special binary markers around surrounding the event mention and the context mention. Then we're going to pass them through a transformer encoder. For our experiments, we use Biomedical, but it could be whichever model. And we're going to collect or pool the output states for those special binary tokens to average them and create what I call the classification embeddings. These classification embeddings serves as the basis to emit a final classification. But those classifications have to be aggregated somehow. So we propose 2 different kind of ensemble heads. The first one is the aggregation ensemble, in which we combine together all the classification embeddings before emitting a final classification. The second one is a voting ensemble type, in which each classification embedding generates its own vote, and then they are combined somehow in order to emit a final classification. To go into the details, as aggregation ensemble types, we propose the simplest one, which is grabbing as a representative of the whole set of classification embeddings, the one from the pair that is closest to each other. We also consider averaging all classification embeddings together, or doing a weighted sum, in which the weight is dictated by the normalized inverse sentence distance of the classification embeddings. And finally, a parameterized aggregation method, in which we add a feed-forward head that learns how to combine those embeddings throughout the training process. For the voting ensemble, we use a one-hit mechanism, in which if at least one vote is positive, the final classification is positive too. On the contrary, the majority vote requires at least half of the votes to be positive for a final positive classification. The post-inverse distance voting is similar. It's a weighted vote, in which the weight is defined by the normalized inverse sentence distance. And the confidence vote is similar, but instead uses the logits of the feed-forward network head as the weights of the votes. So we can see in the top part of the table the results of our experiments. Our experiments were a 6-fold cross-validation, and the top performer of our methods was the majority ensemble using 3 votes, which attained an F1 score of 0.54 and had the best precision overall of all the methods that we tested. The other side of the coin, it's the one-hit mechanism, prioritizes recall, and while it was not the best performing method, it was the one that had the highest recall across all the neural architectures. Even the nearest mentioned method, which was the simplest of the aggregation ensembles, had a higher F1 score compared to the baselines. So as baselines, we tested multiple traditional machine learning models trained using a set of hand-engineered features, from which you can find more details on the paper, and a heuristic method. The best, or well, the notable mention of the baselines was logistic regression, which attained the highest recall at the expense of precision. We also tested the reliability of the best model in the intersentence setting. So in here we can see the F1 score, which is the black line of the majority vote model, and we can see that when the relation is intersentence, the F1 score or performance is robust. The final dip is because it's the aggregation of all those cases that the sentence distance was from 5 sentences to much more. So we can roll it and we will see a smoother decrease in there. So as conclusions, we are expanding an existing biochemical event with context annotations with full text tokenization that makes it suitable for neural network methods. We explored multiple ensemble types to decide how to consider multiple input pairs instead of using a recurrent network. And we're proposing a family of neural network architectures that provide stronger results than other traditional machine learning baselines for the biological context task. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, go ahead.
Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. I myself have a quick questions. Do you think this approach can be applied for the cross-document settings when you have the sentences from two different documents with different contexts? Do you think this approach will work, or any insight about that?
No, well, at least in these methods, we are considering context within the paper. So unless there could be a way to assemble the different discourse of two different documents, it couldn't hold. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. So do we have any other question? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation, and let's move on to the next present talk. It will be by Simon. I think I see that you're in the presentation area, so if you're ready, you can share your screen, and we are ready to start the talk.
Yes, hi. Can you see my screen, right?
Yes, your screen.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So, hi, it's really a pleasure to be able to present my work here during this workshop, work that we conducted during an internship at Naval Labs Europe in collaboration with the Aix-Marseille University, and work on zero-shot classification of articles from the biomedical domain. So I'm going to give some context, architectures, and some results. So we tried to give a solution to the need for automatic annotation tools, where the difficulty comes from the biomedical domain here, which has evolved significantly with the pandemic. For instance, we may have the appearance of new concepts on which there was little or no data at all, and we gave as solution the use of zero-shot classification models in our paper. Just to give a quick definition of zero-shot, zero-shot is when you want to classify some documents into classes that were not seen during training, and so that's the whole problem. You never saw those classes, so you need to rely on the semantic of those new classes to be able to classify the documents. And to illustrate it, on the right-hand side, we have a plot with the concept from our data sets that have been revised over the year. And we see here with the pandemic that lots of concepts have been revised. And so we really focused on the Medline Dataset. The Medline Dataset is a biomedical dataset that is composed of millions of biomedical annotated articles with around 30,000 classes that are called the MESH, the medical subject headings. And we use a subset of the classes and of the articles in our work. Now, really the strength of this database is that all those meshes are structured as a sort of hierarchy, where each mesh has a tree number that defines its position in the hierarchy. And here you have an example on the right-hand side of two mesh that have some nodes in common in the hierarchy, and then will split in two distinct nodes. And so also an important point is that sometimes of mesh have also multiple tree number. So this makes it a bit more harder because the structure is not a tree structure, it's a graph structure because you have some cycles inside the hierarchy and inside the organization. And this leads us to our two objectives in this work. The first one was to do some zero-shot classification, and the second one was try to take advantage of this hierarchy and try to include hierarchical knowledge in our models. And so to address those two problems, we use the two-component architectures. So on the left side, you have the main component that deals with zero shot. In fact, that's just a simple cross encoder that use a BioBERT, where you give your class as input. So here's a mesh with a description. We use the description you provided by Medline for each of the mesh. So here is an example of the mesh infection with the start of the description. And then you use the separator token from BERT, and you add the abstract from your article. And thanks to this architecture, we take as output the Celeste token, and we pass it through a dense layer to have a matching score between the class and the document. So this matching score will be between 0 and 1, and we understand that these architectures enable zero shot, because if we have new classes, we can just give the new classes as input, and the model will learn by itself if there is some similarity with already seen classes on this new class. And now, this is maybe the more novel component. It's about predicting the tree number of the input mesh. And we did this by adding a decoder block with GRU cells and attention mechanism. And the idea was to take the average pooling of the tokens from the mesh representation and try to predict actually the tree numbers of the input mesh. Tree numbers that define actually the position of the mesh in the hierarchy. So the idea was to, thanks to this second task, to reinforce the mutual representation and to strengthen the representation of BioBERT. And so we compared only the blue model in single task learning and the two components in multitask learning. Now, if we look at some results, we compared the results in normal settings and in zero shot settings in two configurations, one that was called balance and one siblings. Actually, what's different between the two is the choice of the negatives, because we train our model with pairs of mesh abstract. And so some pairs would be positive pairs and some negative pairs. And here during the test set, we selected different negative pairs. Actually here in siblings, the negative pairs would be the siblings in the hierarchy from the actual positive. And so this configuration is more difficult than the balance configuration. We have the comparison of the two STL and MTL model. And we see that in some settings, actually the MTL model has a slight improvement. And if we look at precision and recall, we can see that actually the improvement comes from a better precision in 3 of the 4 settings. So actually our second decoder block component that predicts the tree number position actually helps in here on those examples. And to further investigate where the internal representation of BioBERT changed, we tested 2 probe tasks. So the idea is to freeze all the BioBERT representation, then pass, for example, 2 mesh as their representation, and then try to predict from those 2 representations something related to the 2 mesh. So in the first probe task, we passed 2 mesh, and so we got 2 representation, and we asked the model to predict the length of the shortest path in the graph defining the hierarchy. So if we look back to this figure about the hierarchy, each mesh has a position in the hierarchy, and using this organization, we can compute actually the shortest path in this graph between two distinct mesh. And so here the probe task was asked to predict what was this distance inside the graph. So we use the Floyd-Warshall algorithm to compute all the goal distances, and then we try to predict from the internal representation this goal distance. And what we can see here is that again, the BioBERT MTL model has a lower distance error, which shows that the internal representation of the MTL model are slightly improved thanks to this decoder block. And yes, this concludes a bit our research. Our main findings were that we were able to do zero-shot classification using the semantic of the classes, using the mesh and their description. Now, if we compare the MTL and the STL approach, we can see that the MTL approach actually helps creating better representation of the hierarchy, and we can see that through a better precision and also better results on the probing tasks. And to conclude, this task was really difficult. Zero-shot is really difficult, and multitask learning is also a difficult problem because you may have one task that converge way faster than the other. So it's really a difficult problem. So now if you have any question, I would be pleased to answer any of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentations. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and then we can move on to the next presentation. Okay, thank you. So I think we can move on to the next presentation. It will be taught by Susie, and the title is actually you're sharing the screen. So, yeah, that's great. You can start your talk.
Thank you, Amir. Hi, good day from Zurich. So I'm presenting today Table Parser, which is a joint effort by a team of economists and computer scientists at ETH Zurich. So essentially, we wanted to study very concrete document parsing problem, meaning how can we automatically and efficiently parse tables. And we are using weak supervision signals from spreadsheets. So to elaborate the problem, we first look at the structure preserving mappings. So usually when we are generating a document, we have a data model beneath. You can think of as a table or as a tree. And then the real world application, typically you see this as a tree or you see this as a document. So essentially every document is like a hierarchical structure. And what typically people now try to solve in industry or in academia is to revert the generation process of document. This is important because oftentimes we don't have access to the original source formats or not even the software that were used to generate the PDFs. So if you browse into the literature, people have been using analytical heuristic-based solutions, or lately the machine learning and deep learning-based methods have become really trendy. So the challenge in machine learning, deep learning-based systems is essentially how can we reduce the human in the loop? Concretely speaking, will be the high leveling complexity that's involved in this kind of system design. So in a recent effort by our group, we have published Dog Parser, which is an end-to-end document parsing system that largely reduces the human annotation effort by 8 times. And in this work of Table Parser, we built on top of our system Dog Parser, which is a object detection system constructed by mask or CNN models. And we wanted to move it into a new domain, meaning we wanted to look at tables, be it historical or modern tables. So let me give you a short introduction of Dog Parser. So Dog Parser is a vision-based parsing approach looking at a PDF regardless of its source formats, and you wanted to generate a hierarchical representation of the elements that are preserved in the PDF surface. So as we all know, if you use machine to generate data and if you use human to generate data, the main difference lies in the efficiency and also the quality. So Dog Parser had a solution to mix these two types of data sources, and we have a consistent loop that helps the system to iteratively parse the document in better quality. So this is a system overview of Dog Parser. What it does is it uses a lot of weak supervision data generated by the pairing of PDF and text. And then it has a CNN detector, which is an object detection system, and then helped by a small amount of heuristics and human in the loop to generate a large amount of good quality parsed page structure. So if we move this to the table parsing domain, we wanted to solve the task, how can we enable weak supervision from yet another source formats, meaning Excel files. So Excel files are heavily annotated, which provides us with the hierarchical structure for table entities, be it caption, rows, or columns or cells. And you also have the relation between those elements. And last but not least, we can learn the cell content and the location within the Excel sheets. So in a nutshell, the table parser pipeline consists of the main three parts shown below. So the weak supervision parts allow us to generate a large amount of training data. And then we have modern table parser and historical table parser, which are fine-tuned on the weak supervision generated model to parse tables in different domains. So concretely speaking, we have developed an Excel annotator, which is an automated tool that parses a large amount of Excel sheets, of PDF documents based on the signals learned from the Excel sheets. And then we use the same architecture I introduced before, Dog Parser, to generate this tree-like parse table structures. And for modern table parser and historical table parser, you see from the name that they are fine-tuned on different in-domain data to better learn the mappings of the content and the structure in these distinct areas. So as you can expect, the human efforts involved in the historical table parser is definitely higher than the modern one. And also there's an additional step, the OCR step. We use Google Vision API to recognize the content plus some signal, some structural signal clue from the document to help the annotators. And as I mentioned before, we need to provide fine-tuned documents to the system. So we've also developed an in-house table annotator, which assists the annotators, the users, to investigate the parsing. So if you work with this tool, then you can hover either on the left panel or on the right panel. So here you have a document and its corresponding tree structure. And you can make corrections or drag and drop new areas, bounding boxes. And the output of the annotation is a tree structure as annotated in this JSON file. So we've constructed historical and modern data sets to test our table parsers. And yes, you can see here that the large part of the data is used for weak supervision, and then we've manually generated and also curated the fine-tune set and the testing set. So a lot of the quantitative results can be found in the paper, but we will highlight some of them here. So we are able to show that domain adaptation works really well in this case with a small amount of fine-tuning data set. And then our modern table parser with no doubt has achieved comparable results to state-of-the-art models on the modern data sets. And in the historical tables, no wonder overall the historical table parser works better than the modern one. But I will show later a few examples that even on old tables, the modern table parser is quite robust. And as you can imagine, the modern table parser is cheaper to build, so we can save up to 4 times labeling effort compared to the historical tables. So the take-home message is that we can actually use modern table parser to learn historical informations with less labeling efforts. And here you see a old German table that's from the Hungarian Austrian Emperor. And the historical table parser does definitely a better job visually. You can see it here. But if you throw in a classic Chinese table, and then surprisingly, the model table parser does a better job here in this case. So we do see the trade-off between the labeling efforts and also the computational efficiency. So if you're interested in knowing more, feel free to go over to the GitHub or also read our paper. So that's all for my presentation. If you have questions, please ask. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this interesting presentation. So do we have any questions from the audience? Okay. If you don't have any questions, we can continue with the next presentation. It will be by Andreas. The title is Longitudinal Citation Prediction Using Temporal Graph Neural Networks. So if you are ready, you can start sharing your screen.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Andreas, and I will be presenting my paper on longitudinal citation prediction using temporal graph neural networks. I will start a little bit with the motivation behind the paper. So we asked the classic question: is how well can we predict the number of citations a paper is likely to receive? And is there a correlation between certain features and the citation count of a paper? But we also wanted to ask the question if we can predict the sequence of citation counts. So here we present a new task of citation sequence predictions. And for this, we also wanted to know if the temporal element could benefit a model when predicting the sequence of citation counts. Furthermore, also asked the question if can neighboring papers help predict the citation count of a paper, where we are using the topological element. So our first step were to look at the existing citation networks to see what we could use. However, most of the existing citation networks does not contain an adjacency matrix for each time step. And we therefore had to create our own citation network, which included an adjacency matrix at each time step. So for this, we created what we call the ideal dynamic graph. So what is the ideal dynamic graph? We define this by being the graph that develops the most over time. So it would be the graph in a citation network which have the most nodes added over time. So one of the biggest traps to avoid when we created this were that in the citation network, in the final step, the biggest graph might not always be the graph that develops the most over time. So we have to probe all the nodes in a citation network to find the graph that develops the most of the time. So just in short, to introduce what is a dynamic graph, I have made this example. So on the left, there is the initial graph, which in this case could be 2 papers. And then at the first time step, we would update this graph to include the 4 new papers. And here the edges would then be citations between the papers. And then in the last picture, we would have another update, and then we added another citation with a paper. So this is what we define as a dynamic graph. So we went ahead and applied this graph generation method to the semantic scholar set and created a dynamic graph. So first up, we had to reduce the data set. So the initial data set were consisting of like 200 million papers, which were a bit too much because doing these graph computations and probing all the nodes were quite computational heavy. So we reduced the data set to only contain papers from ACL, Collin, Nagel, EMNP, AAAI, NeurIPS, and Connell, which reduced the data set to 47,000 papers. Yeah, and we see in the table how the graph grows over time, which is what we wanted. Yeah, so a little bit about the feature generation. So after we created the graph, we also wanted to populate the nodes. So looking at formal research, we saw that the abstract, author, and venue are the features that gets the best results. So when we used the abstract for the features, we created an embedding using a pre-trained Cybert. We didn't backpropagate through Cybert or anything. We just put the abstract through Cybert and used the embedding. The author and venue are more or less the same, but we just pre-process to create an ID. However, the venue metadata were a bit noisy, and some venues did include a year and some did not. So, but we kept the years for the venues that included the year. We did also see that in formal research that using the rank or ranking the author and venues got better results. So instead of actually using the IDs of the author and venues, we used a ranking method instead. So the author with the most papers would be rank 1, and the author with the least would be the highest rank. We did also, when doing this, say that if 2 authors or 2 venues have equal citation counts, they're giving the same rank. Yeah, so having created our dynamic graph and having some features to use, we proposed a pretty simple model of an encoder-decoder structure, where we simply used the generated features and the adjacency matrices, which we put through the encoder, which is a GCN, and we applied this GCN at each time step to get an intermediate representation set. And we then use this intermediate representation to put it through an LSTM to get the citation sequence counts. Yeah, so looking a little bit at the results. First off, this is these results we're looking at here are the mean absolute error of it's the mean of the mean absolute error over a 20-year time period. And first off, we have we first off created a sanity check, which is just a deterministic approach, which is using the mean citation counter at each time step, and we see that all our models are actually beating that score. So yeah, it is possible to do the sequence citation sequence count prediction. But we see here that our GCN LSTM is the model performing the best, and the LSTM is performing the second, and GCN the last. We do also see that only using the author is what provides the best performance. Yeah, going a little bit deeper into the results. So before we saw the mean absolute error over 20 years, but here we're showing the results at each time step. The first thing to notice is that using only the GCN, we see that it deteriorates rapidly over the time period compared to the LSTM and GCN LSTM. We also see the LSTM having a little bit of deterioration, where the GCN LSTM seems to keep the performance over time. So just to summarize a little bit of the paper. So we proposed the task of citation sequence prediction, and we introduced this citation network, which is a dynamic graph. And we also studied the effect of temporal and topological information. And to no surprise, we found that using both the temporal and topological data is superior to using just one of them. Also, we found that author information is the most predictive and informative feature vector of the feature vectors we looked at. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. If you have any question, I think we might have one in the chat. So okay. If another question, we can continue to the next presentation. Okay, great. Thank you. Great. So our next presentation will be by Soyata. The title is Extraction of Competing Models Using Distance Revisions and Graph Ranking. I have a pre-recorded presentations for this talk, and if you have any questions, you can ask at the end of the talk. So let me share my screens for this talk.
Hi all, this is Swayata. Today we'll be presenting the work extraction of competing models using distance supervision and graph ranking. So let us look at the aim and the motivation behind our work. We aim to automate the framework of paperswithcode.com. So Papers with Code focuses on benchmarking different models from different papers on specific tasks and on specific data sets. So this is a community-driven framework. We are aiming to automate this process to make it more scalable and automatic. So we start by introducing our overall, giving an overall view of our work. So the detection of competing model names is our focus. We focus on detecting competing model names that occur in scientific text. So model entities are those that it can be something that solves a particular problem, like like SVM or like BERT. So we will focus more on these examples later, but let's look up briefly look at the overview. So using distant supervision, we leverage an external knowledge base and also an unlabeled corpus. We build our supervised custom NER model to address the issue of overfitting, where NER models often tend to memorize model name entities or any other named entities. We introduce an entity replacement technique that we'll be discussing later on also. We establish strong baselines using standard sequence labelers based on BERT CRF based techniques. Also, we build unsupervised graph rankers that extract key phrases from entire documents, and we use these ranks, we use these extracted key phrases as candidate supersets for our custom sequence labeler. Using the whole pipeline, we are able to detect competing models with competitive performance also. This model, this our whole end-to-end framework serves as a starting point of extracting competing model names, and we are also able to link them with their respective citations. This work will hence enable us to map out a significant portion of the research landscape of computer science. So what are few challenges that we faced while doing this work? First of all, long-tailed entities are certain types of entities that are rarely occurring in text. So the model needs to generalize on unseen entities more often, using the contextual information rather than memorizing blindly. Also, there is a certain scarcity of label data because supervised learning, it requires a large amount of label data, which is really expensive and laborious to obtain. And this amount of label data is really scarce, and that is also a significant challenge. Also, the we use distance supervision from an external knowledge base, but the silver label generated can be often noisy from which are using distance supervision. So that is also another challenge. Also, the model overfitting can be a challenge because the models tend to memorize when the size of the training data set is smaller. So the memorization of popular entities is a big problem, especially for long-tailed entities. Also, finally, we need the full document context for detecting competing model names. So this is unlike any other normal linear-based task where just a sentence is required to predict the named entities. We need the full document context to understand whether a model is competing model or not. So let's look at what is an example model named entity. So suppose in this example, SDP LSTM, the ones that is highlighted in blue, any word that is highlighted in blue is a model name. So SDP LSTM is a model entity. A deep autoencoder like NMM, this whole thing is a model entity. A multi-view transformation network is a model entity. So these are model names. Now, what are competing models? So we define competing models as model names. Sorry. We define competing models as model names that attempt to solve the same task as that is investigated by the target research paper. And what is a non-competing model name? So it's a non-competing model name would be a model that has not been used directly to solve the same task. It may have helped it indirectly, or this model might be inspired from something, but it is not directly competing for solving that task that is being investigated by the target research paper. So let us look at some examples. On the on the right, on the left, on the sentence column, there are few entities which are marked in bold. So suppose for the second one in table 2, we compare Cybert results with reported Biobert results. So Cybert and Biobert form competing models. Okay, because they are being used for detecting named entities for the subsequent data set. But for non-competing model like Transy, the Transy is a competing model, but here word2vec, it is inspired by word2vec. So word2vec is not directly solving the task, rather it is helping indirectly. So it is a non-competing model. Same here, like convolutional neural networks to encode word sequence in entity descriptions. So this is also indirectly helping. So HyperOpt is used for Bayesian transformation. HyperOpt uses Bayesian transform optimization to find the hyperparameters. So it's like a tool that is being used in the paper, but it's not actually a model that is being used to solve the exact problem. So that is a non-competing model. So this is how we can compare competing models and non-competing models. I hope this comparison is clear. So competing models are those which are directly solving the task. Non-competing models are those that are indirectly contributing or somehow they are mentioned in the paper, but not they are not directly contributing to for the said task. They are not part of the baselines or they are not being compared when we are comparing the performances in the results. So moving on, we first reflect on how we set up the entire sequence labeler. So this sequence labeler is something that is the custom NER model. So this is just helping us to detect the model named entities, not the competing model part, not the competing part, just the model named entities. Okay, so first we look at the training data creation. So we use papers with code corpus as our knowledge base. We crawl papers with code and we obtain all the model names from the metadata of each task and subtask, and we obtain a total of some amount of model names. For the unlabeled corpus, we use a total of 227,000 abstracts from archive. We obtain this data set from Kaggle because there are lot more abstracts available for archive. There's like millions and billions of abstracts, but we just focus on this small limited subset. So the distribution of entity occurrence frequency is shown in this graph, where so in the x-axis there are the names of models, and in the y-axis is the frequency of distribution for each and every model. Now we see that for few models, the name of the models is not described here because there are so many. But basically, we can see that distribution is very skewed. So most model names have significantly less occurrence in frequency, but some of them, like very few of them, will have a significant amount, like a very high amount of occurrence in frequency. So these are the popular ones, like CNN, like SVM. These are the popular ones which are very popular in the scientific literature. So this can be a problem because models will certainly get biased while training on these types of data set. So in order to mitigate this overfitting, we use a technique called entity replacement. First of all, we see that the occurrence of some model names are much more frequent in the scientific literature. Example CNN. The highest frequency observed is 1750, and the average frequency is 2. So there is a significant gap between the highest frequency and the average frequency. So this leads to overfitting due to the entity name memorization by the model. It's a form of overfitting. So what we do, we simply do a entity replacement where we recognize the entity occurrence span. We simply replace with another entity from the knowledge base. And in order for it to generalize well, we just limit the entity occurrence to at most 2. So this ensures an uniform entity distribution. So now the sequence levelers that we have used are much popular in the scientific community for any task. So one is a BiLSTM CRF model where the contextual representations are passed to a BiLSTM which forwards it to a CRF layer to produce the sequence level. Say similarly a BERT CRF model where the input is passed to BERT and which is forwarded to a CRF which produces the sequence level. And finally a SciBERT CRF model where input is passed to pre-trained SciBERT embeddings which is in turn passed to a CRF which produces the sequence level. So this is the entire training pipeline for the sequence leveler. We have the knowledge base. From here we obtain the list of model names which we find in the sentences also from the unlabeled corpora. We do an entity replacement technique, and then from this we get the silver labels. Using the silver labels we are able to train our custom NER model. So this custom NER model is trained entirely on generated silver labels. These are some of the dataset statistics that we can see here. There are a total of 8,800 sentences that we split between train and test. So this was the part of normal custom NER model. But how do we extract the competing relation? So that is the main challenge here. So let's look at so we first of all, for the entire pipeline evaluation, we create a data set of full length annotated papers. So total we have to gather 75 papers, which is a total of 34,656 sentences, and average sentences per paper being 462. So these are the total annotated papers, and for each paper, competing model names are annotated. So for the graph ranking algorithm, so we use a graph ranking algorithm to extract the candidate key phrases. So what we do is we experiment with multiple unsupervised key phrase extraction algorithms to extract the relevant key phrases from the full document. So the steps are, first of all, we extract all the citation sentences. So why citation sentences? Because mostly citation sentences contain mostly the competing models, the models that are deemed to be important by the author will be contained in the citation sentences, because the author will definitely cite the work of another author which he has compared as a competing model. So first we extract all the citation sentences, then we concatenate all the citation sentences together to form kind of a mini document, call it mini document D. So we use an unsupervised key phrase extraction algorithm to extract all the relevant key phrases from the document D, and then we experiment with various unsupervised key phrase extraction algorithm, which are graph based, like text rank, position rank, single rank, and multipartite rank. Then finally, we use the extracted candidate key phrases as a superset for the our custom NER model. So also there is the entity citation linker. So basically the final entities that we are extracting, we are linking that to their respective citations. So we use a very simple algorithm. So for the entity citation linking, we iterate between all possible extracted entities and citation combination and get their closeness score, like they are how close they are, like or in the entire string. So which is the string distance between the entity and the citation occurrence. Then we first take all the citations and keep the closest entity per citation. Then we take all the entities and keep the closest citations per entity. This linking process is able to accurately link most of the extracted entities with their closest citation. And this process was demonstrated earlier by Ganguly and Pudi 2016. This is the entire, let's look at the entire inference pipeline. So first of all, we have a target scientific document. From here, we are obtaining the citation sentences. We are seeing that this rectangular marker is a citation marker. So the authors use CNN layer on top of bottom heading. This is one citation sentence. Like this, the next one is another citation sentence. So we pass it through two things. One is the graph ranker. One is the trained NER model, our sequence labeler. So the graph ranker extracts all the relevant key phrases, and the trained NER model extracts all the named entities. So the graph ranker acts on the entire document. The trained NER model acts on the sentences individually, in each citation sentence individually. After that, we get two sets, the graph ranking set and the trained NER model set. We do an intersection and we get the predicted entities. After we have obtained the predicted entities, we do an entity citation linking using our entity citation linking technique. And finally, we have the predicted entities which are matched with the citation. So here are the results. We can see that for every graph ranking algorithm, the recall is very high and the precision is low. That is because we are trying to keep as much as relevant key phrase as possible without losing the minimum amount of information. For the sequence leveler, we are seeing that it has a higher amount of precision, like Cybert CRF is a sequence leveler. So this is our best performing sequence leveler. So when we are combining both the unsupervised graph ranking algorithm with our sequence labeler, we are finding that it is giving a competitively decent result. So a precision of 0.639, recall of 0.672, and our final F1 score of 0.655 is obtained for the entire pipeline. This was our result. For a future work, we plan on utilizing the entire pipeline on a larger research corpus to obtain a map of benchmark model names linked with their respective papers. Also, we will plan to extend this to other type of entities like tasks, task mentions, and we hope that this will surely serve as a starting point for mapping the research landscape of computer science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have the presenter here. So if you have any questions, you can ask, and then we will move on to the next presentation. Okay, so I think now we can continue with the next presentation. But the next presentation is by Hasham, and the title is Deeper Clinical Document Understanding Using Relation Extraction. So if you are ready, you can share your screen. Hi, we can see your screen.
You can see my screen, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, and you can hear me as well?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So yeah, the paper that we have for this session is deeper document understanding using relation extraction. Uh, and we'll go over what is relation extraction, what are the models that we used in this case, what are the benchmark results, and what are the applications. So relation extraction is actually, it is a concept based on top of entity extraction. So for example, you have a raw piece of text just like this, uh, a piece of text. So at first you would try to identify concepts or entities, like in this case fatty infiltration of the liver is the fatty infiltration is a symptom, liver is a body part. um, then once you have these entities, then so this is only NER, identifying entities from a piece of text. But naturally you would want to link those entities as well, that for example in the case of, especially in the case of adverse drug events, if a person is taking multiple drugs but only some of them caused a specific reaction, we would want to link, okay, this specific drug is responsible for this reaction and not for the other ones. Right now this example is like very clean, but in general, when you have multiple concepts in a single sentence and you want to link them together, that's where you would need to have such a thing. uh, right now there's a very recent trend of training joint models, like there would be a single model that would predict NER spans, and then within the model those NER spans would get fed to the RE network, so it's a joint learning, the learning is end to end. But for our case, because we found this technique a bit more scalable, we went the traditional route a bit in terms of approach, where the NER model is separate and the relation extraction model is separate. The main motivation behind this is scalability. These models can be very light, and they can process millions and millions of records. So that's the whole picture of it, that you want to link entities together. Our approach in this is we actually developed two models. In this case, one is a very lightweight model for maximum scalability. If you want, because we want, like I said, we have more emphasis of processing millions of records, so we don't want to use BERT all the time. For that, we developed a very custom, fully connected layer model, FCNN based model, which is where the main thing is the input vector, which is the feature vector we call. And for that, we did some feature engineering. For example, dependency parsing structure of the document, uh, you know, plus minus tokens, 100 tokens from each chunk, so or piece of text between those two chunks, POS tags, embeddings for each and every sentence and each and every word between those two entities. Those embeddings again can be so this is a very dynamic model. Those embeddings can come from it. They could be glove based embeddings, they could be BERT based embeddings, they could be anything for that matter. BERT based would not make much of a sense in this case, because if we want to use BERT, then we use our new model, which is totally BERT based. So for our experiments, we stuck with glove embeddings because it's really fast and scalable. So, and at the end we have FCNN, a single layer and a softmax. Softmax because we're not treating only binary relations here. We also want to link temporally, like for example, one event happened after another event, or one event happened before another event, or in conjunction, in parallel of another event. So that's temporal. So in short, the classes can be uh, limitless over here. I mean, since it's a softmax, you can add more classes here. So that is one architecture. The other one is BERT based. For that, we take entity spans from the NER model, then we feed them directly to the to the BERT network, and at the end we use softmax layer. But before that, we balance it out using using weighted class distributions. So it's the output of both models is similar, but the only difference is the first one uses a very specific architecture and a very specific feature set, a feature vector, but the BERT one does not do that. It would take a look at the entire span of document. In this case, we had to limit the span because of computational challenges here. So we had to limit the span to 128 tokens. But if you have longer pieces of sentences and longer texts, then yeah, that can be increased according to your use case. Another thing in terms of the BERT one is all of this we have in our experiments, and because all of these data sets are based on sentence level approach, so the context string, which is actually that sentence, is limited to the sentence. We have tried going beyond sentences. It works well a bit with the BERT-based models, but recent study has also shown that really long pieces of text are not ideal for relation extraction. No, we don't have those model architectures as of now to scale beyond multiple paragraphs even, because the the attention mechanism is not, I mean, the, the span has to be really, really long, and that does not make any sense as of for now. So, which is why we stuck with 128 token length, and yeah, for the other ones, simple. That is also limited to 100. Well, it's not limited to 128. It could be anything, but we have limit to 100 tokens and a single sentence. So these models are, in short, classifiers. If I were to simplify it, these are classification models where you are feeding them with a context that would be the sentence or the document, and pairs of entities, which are the between which you need to just classify if these two entities are related or not by looking at the context, or if they're related, what type of relation that is. So it's just a classification problem. We ran both of the models on benchmark data sets, and our lighter one naturally does not, I mean, it does not even come close to existing soda, but the BioWare version, the BERT-based model, it excels in a number of benchmark data sets compared to the current sodas. We did not use, apart from the ADE corpus, which we've mentioned, we did include more data for training. We augmented training data, but not the testing one. Apart from this, all the other models are totally, these benchmarks are on totally vanilla data sets with no augmentation or no additional training data. These are just getting the official data sets, splits, training our models, and then predicting. Like I said, these are F1 scores. Like I said, that these are simple classification models. So these are all macro F1 scores. A macro, so it would, we don't, even if there's a skewness in the data set in terms of class, macro would try to avoid that a bit, and give us equal representation per class. So these are the benchmarks. So now that we have established that we have relation models that are good, we put them in different scenarios to see how we can really leverage them in real world use case. Because actually our thought process is reverse in this case. We start with these problems and then develop solutions, but in research, I mean, for this, now we have the models, we now put them to different use cases. And those could be, a simple one towards the left is simply, let's say you want to extract drug and its dosage and other information separately. For that, we can use a very simple relation extraction model, even though our simple one would work very fine here. But when it comes to, but you have other use cases. For example, a very famous one is you would want to put the timeline of a patient across, the results of a patient on a timeline for any given test result, lab result, etc., or even the evolution of any disease. So, for example, in this case, the procedure is CT, but what's the score? So the NER models would identify the scores every time in each report and the date as well. So NER models would identify date, the score of calcium, cyst score, cyst measurements, etc. But the relation model would then link them that this specific date, this result happened on this date, this result was recorded on this date. So when we are able to link them, we can put them on a timeline, and this helps us see the evolution or any things that are improving or not improving over a longer span of time, because everything now is linked together. Otherwise, it would be these, because NER models would simply give you disjoint entities with no relation in them, with no, you cannot link them together to get any real output. So to understand the documents a bit better, relation extraction plays a pivotal role. Extending on that, this is an example of a knowledge graph that we actually built using the relation extraction model. So it's like uh, in simple terms, it's like getting a raw piece of discharge summary of a patient. These were radiology reports. So in short, taking a radiology report of a patient and converting that totally unstructured data to totally structured data. If you look at this example here, it's raw piece of text, right? It says date this, a multi-slice CT scan, revealed pleurofusion, CT scan of chest, and the measurement of that pleurofusion is 10 cross 9.8 in the lower lobe of the left lung. A cyst is also observed in both kidneys. So over here, it's totally unstructured. But when you run NER models and those NER models try to identify or extract entities, then you link them together, you get a completely structured data set, because structure comes from linking these things together. If we were to simply list down all the entities that we find here, that would do us no good. In this case, we know that CT scan is a procedure. And what is the technique for that CT scan? It is multi-slice. But this chest is a body part, and multi-CT scan was performed on the chest. So we say, okay, this is a CT scan, this is the technique, multi-slice, the body part of that CT scan is chest. The date on which it happened is this 2020. And the score for that primary body, for the primary procedure, which is the CT scan, is 230. Coronary calcium score is 230. And what are the findings? So findings, one is pleurofusion. So we say, okay, pleurofusion. But this 10 cross 9, 9.8 is the measurement of the pleurofusion, and the unit is millimeter. Now, this is where it's a single sentence. So this 10 cross 9.8 could, if the relation extraction model was not good enough, it could link this to this as well, right? CT scan. But it's not, this is actually a finding. It's actually a measurement. It's a finding of this, but it is actually a measurement of pleurofusion. So there's a hierarchy here, and we can maintain that hierarchy because while feeding to our relation extraction models, we carefully filter out which entity pairs to feed to it. We would not want, in this case, we would not even want to feed procedure and measurement. Technically, yeah, we would, but it's up to the model to then decide if these two entities are related or not. Because in another report, it would say multi-slice CT scan, and there would be measurements of multi-slice. So we would extract measurements, but in this case, we would say, okay, these measurements are of multi-slice, the setting of the CT scan. So so those ones would belong to this, but this one belongs to this pleurofusion. So then we have lower lobe of left lung. So lung is the primary body part over here, and lower is a laterality, and lobe is a sub-body part. And then we would also say, another thing over here, this lung, actually this is a body part of this finding, pleurofusion. Again, lung is not part of CT scan of chest. CT scan was not performed on chest, right? CT scan was performed on chest, but it was not primarily performed on lung. Finding of pleurofusion was in lung, so we link lung to pleurofusion, not to CT scan. This is how we tune the models. And yeah, similarly, a cyst is also observed in both kidneys. So cyst is a separate finding; it's not part of pleurofusion, and kidneys is the body part for that. So this is how you get a totally structured data. So if you were to put it in a JSON, you would know that this is the parent, this is its child node, these are its values and other child nodes, this is the body parts. So it's a knowledge graph at the end. You know the types, you know the linkage between them, and you know the link type as well. So in short, in this paper, we have introduced two new models for relation extraction. One, the BERT one, achieves new metrics on benchmark datasets. Out of 5 benchmark datasets that we've tried, and we've tried nearly all. We could be missing a few, but yeah, we've tried to cover all. We are SOTA on 5 of them. We're not SOTA on 2 of them. And at the end, we try to explain how these RE models can be put to real world use cases and how we can get real value out of them. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. We have a question in the chat, so if you can answer that question.
Yes. What's the distance? Distance between entities.
Actually, we are a little bit off the schedule, so maybe you can just answer the questions using the chat, and we can continue to the next presentation.
Sure. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. So the next presentation is by Raghav, and the title is Fine-Grained Intent Classification in the Legal Domain. Unfortunately, he cannot attend the workshop, so I will play the pre-recorded presentations.
Greetings to one and all. I am Raghav, and today we will be looking at our work, Fine-Grained Intent Classification in the Legal Domain. I am presenting the work on behalf of my co-authors, and we are from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. We will be following the presentation flow as follows. So what is a legal document? Legal documents are those which actually record the legal case proceedings which happen in a court of justice. And these documents contain the motive behind the individual or a party which is involved in the legal case. And these documents are very important because they are often referred to by many law practitioners as well as an outside reader who wants to get an idea of what happened in the case or who wants to know about the judgment of the case. So why is a legal document difficult to read? So it is often the case where these documents are very lengthy and convoluted, which makes it very tedious to read for an average reader. So for example, if you look at the legal documents of Indian Supreme Court judgments, they often contain more than 4,500 words. So it becomes very difficult for an average reader who just wants to know or who wants to get an idea of the case to go through this entire document. And which this is the thing which brings us to our idea of fine-grained intents in legal documents. This will ensure quick, efficient, and clear understanding of the legal case, as well as this will drastically reduce the efforts of any reader or law practitioner in understanding the case in hand. So the technical challenges which are involved here are, there's a lack of well annotated public data set, which means that it is difficult to automate this process through artificial intelligence or a machine learning model. And since these documents are very long, even manual annotation is laborious and time consuming. So now we will look at how we actually prepare our dataset. So we used Common LII, which is the Commonwealth Legal Information Institute. We scraped 5,000 legal documents from their website using Selenium, a Python package. And from them, we randomly sampled 93 documents which belong to the following document intents like murder, robbery, land dispute, and corruption. And once we had these 93 documents, we went through each one of these documents and then we annotated the intent phrases as sub-intents or fine-grained intents. So now we will look at our experiments and the results which we obtained. So at the first stage, we did a document classification on these 93 legal documents. And our method was based on a transformer model using a sliding window attention mechanism. And we also implemented legal domain-based pre-training models such as legal BERT and legal ROBOTA. And the table on the right summarizes the results of different models on our data set. And from here, we can see that legal BERT and DBERTA are one of the top performing models amongst all. So once we did the document classification, we went a level further to actually do the intent phrase classification, which is the sub-intent or the fine-grained intent. And our method was based on joint BERT. And the tables on the left side depict our results. So if you look at the table 4, we see that for each category of the document classification, we have corruption, land dispute, murder, and robbery. And when we look at the macro average, we see that our model is performing significantly well even in terms of F1 score, precision, and recall. And once we achieved this, we did the intent phrase classification. So if you look at table 7, so the first column actually depicts the fine-grained intents, and it is of the form X underscore Y, where X is actually the document intent or the major intent, whereas Y is actually the fine-grained intent. So if you look at corruption action, it means the intent of the document is corruption, and the fine-grained intent is action. So corruption action, and then similarly we have for land dispute, murder, and robbery. And for we observe the precision, recall, and F1 score in a similar manner. And our macro average is on or well above the halfway mark of 0.5. So these are our results which we have obtained, and the figure on the right hand side actually shows the joint intent classification and slot filling of the joint BERT model. With this, we would like to summarize our work. So we propose our proposal presents a new data set for coarse as well as fine-grained intent annotations in the legal documents. We collect and annotate different legal case proceedings for coarse and fine-grained intent annotations, and we present a proof of concept as to how document as well as intent classification can be automated with reasonably good results. In addition, there is always a scope of improvement in our results, especially in the fine-grained intent classification. As I mentioned earlier, there is a lack of publicly available dataset for the same. So our dataset could serve as a crucial benchmark for the fine-grained intent classification in the legal domain. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you, and we will be happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. And as I mentioned, I think we don't have the other here, so probably if you have any questions, you can directly reach out to the others. And now we will move on to the next presentation. It will be by Saria. The title is Coherence-Based Second Chance Autoencoders for Document Understanding. So if you are ready, you can share your screen. I see the presenter is in the room, but if you want to present, you can just come to the presentation area and share your screen.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, awesome. I have shared the PowerPoint. Can you also see the group?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Awesome. Okay, so today I'm gonna talk about a model for a model for topic generation. So coherence-based second chance autoencoders for document understanding that we have actually developed a model for topic generation. So what does topic modeling do is that in general, topic modeling, we pass a large amount of the data to the model, and what we expect to see in the output is a set of the topics. By topics, I mean a set of keywords that are highly correlated so that we can understand that what subject or topic they are talking about. For example, topic 1 is about technology, topic 2 is about probably business, and topic 3 is about movies. By looking at the keywords, we can imply that play, film, movie, and theater are kind of related to the movies, so that we say that topic 3 is about movies. So there has been several studies in this field, including latent dirichlet allocation, but some of them has its own pros and cons that I'm gonna briefly go over them. LDA is a model that was introduced in 2003, and the downside of this model is that it's extremely slow when we pass a large corpus of the data to the model. Also, most of the time, the topics that we see in the output are either repetitive topics or incoherent topics. Another model that our model has actually has been based on this model is K-competitive autoencoder. Excuse me. The way that the model works is it encourages competition in the middle layer. It's a very light, architecture. It's just a 3-layer autoencoder in a way that it encourages competition in the middle layer. It selects the highest activation values in the middle layers and deselect or make zero the activation of the rest of the neurons, so that some of the neurons get the value of those neurons get larger, and the rest of them will be zero. The downside of this model is that it has many hyperparameters that we need to set before running the model. And on top of that, it doesn't get very high, performance on the coherence, which is a metric that we evaluate the topic modeling. Actually, it's one of the metrics. Another model is K-sparse autoencoder. Again, this model is not good for the textual data. Also, we have NVCTM that actually find the correlation among the topics, and it achieves a very good coherence score. However, in other metrics, including the accuracy, the model is not performing well. The last model is topic attention model, which is a combination of the variational autoencoder and recurrent neural network. And as you see, this model is huge and it takes forever if you pass a large amount of the data to the model. Um, and on top of that, the model is supervised. So one of the things about the topic modeling is that, as you may know, topic modeling is an unsupervised model. However, in their model, they need labeled data, which is not, we do not have access to the labeled data all the time. So this is also one of the downside of this model. So let's review what we presented in this research. So the problem is that textual data is more challenging for autoencoders because the textual data is high dimensional and sparse, and also because of the power law or distributions. Also, many neurons in the hidden layer share similar groups of input neurons, which typically they correspond to the most frequent words. So the motivation of this research is that we are trying to address two problems. One is that low frequent features do not get the chance to appear in the result. What does that mean? Let's look at this piece of the documents. I love working with computer. Learning this skill is not difficult. This here is a demonstrative words that refer to the computer, right? And they are also part of the subwords that will be removed from the vocabulary. And it's, I mean, it's valid to do that. However, what I'm trying to say is that some of the words that are important, and in this document, for example, is computer, the frequency of this word is not high. And what happens is that when we train the model, these low frequent words may not get the chance to appear in the result. And one is because of the frequency of them is low, and the other one is also because of the initial weight assignment. They may not get the chance to appear in the final result. So we are trying to come up with a model that give actually extra energy to these kind of features. The other problems that we are trying to solve is that sometimes the topics that we see in the output are incoherent. What does that mean? For example, let's look at this box: computer, technology, system, service, site, phone, internet, machine. By looking at these features, we can understand that this topic is about technology, let's say. But if the topics is something like this: computer, politics, sport, machine, car, Middle East, system, we cannot figure out what is the general idea of these topics. So we are interested in more coherent topics in general. The first things that we are trying to solve is the low frequent features, and the idea comes from finding of the gene from the neuroscience domain. What they did is they provide a second chance to the weakest neurons before selecting the neuron that best fit the condition to form an axon. So here the process is that these neurons is going to form an axon. However, some of these neurons, because of some preconditioned things, they never get the chance to form an axon. That's why in the right side you see that GNK inhibition or GNK activation, they artificially try to inject more energy to some of these neurons so that they will get the chance to form an axon. Our idea is actually based on this finding in neuroscience. So this is the structure of our model. We use the tangent activation function and sigmoid in the last layer, and this is a detail of the architecture of the model. Okay, let's see how does the model work. The first step is that second chance autoencoder for textual data. We are actually selecting the case selective neurons, which is the highest absolute activation and lowest absolute activation. So this lowest absolute activation is for those low frequent words that we were discussing before. And then when we select this activation, we inactivate the rest of the neurons, which we call them loser neurons. And then we do the neuron power aggregation. So this is a simple example of what's going on here. For simplicity, I did not consider the negative activation, but we treat them the same way as we treat the positive activation values. Here, let's say we consider K2, meaning that we want to select two winners out of our neurons. H7 is 0.3 and H2 is 0.05. 0.05 is the lowest activation values and 0.3 is the highest activation values. That's why these two neurons will be selected and the energy of the rest of the neurons will get 0 and they will be assigned to these neurons. So another idea we had is coherence. We want to make sure that our topics at the end will be coherent. So what we did is that we filter out neurons based on a given coherence score. We select top K winner neurons and inactivate the loser neurons and aggregate the power of inactivate. Let me talk about this in details here. So the step one is coherence calculation per topics. For simplicity, I just put the features in the left-hand side of this matrix. And these are, topic 1 is a representative of neuron 1, topic 2 is representative of neuron 2, and so on. What we did is we mapped top and highest activations with the equivalent features in the vocabulary pool. And then we create a co-occurrence matrix, as you see here, to see how frequently two words appear in a document. Once we created this matrix, we calculate the coherence per topic based on the co-occurrence matrix. So the coherence score is based on the normalized point-wise mutual information that you see the formula here. That like generally what it does is that it wants to see how often two words are happening in documents, because if they happen frequently, it means that probably those two words are related and coherent. So once we calculate the coherence per, excuse me,
Sorry for interrupting you. Actually, since we are very close to the end of the workshop, if you can conclude your presentations in 1 or 2 minutes, it will be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, it's the last step. So once we calculate the coherence per features, we take average of the coherence per topic, and then we calculate the coherence per across all the topics. And like what we did is we compared the coherence per topic with the general coherence and select the topics that are having high coherence score. And this is the algorithm of the model, and this is the architecture of the model. As you see, the first layer is CSCAT layer, which is generally filtering neurons based on the coherence score. And the next layer is that we are selecting highest and lowest activation values based on what we received in the previous layer. So let's look at the result. We used 20 news group data set, Reuters, and Wiki data set. And this is the qualitative evaluation, and this is our model. So we see dog rain, Chris, the statement. This is the keywords related to religion, and this is keywords related to the politics, and this is the keywords related to the sport. And as you see, most of the keywords are very related to the subject. Also, we evaluated the model based on the precision recall and F1 score. And again, here you see the performance is in most of the cases is higher than the rest of the models, except in the wiki dataset. Also, we evaluate the model based on the coherence score. We actually, NBCTM received very high score in, actually, Prodel, they received a higher score. I bolded this incorrectly. But we are having a better score in accuracy and also in qualitative approach. And the conclusion is that, so we presented a novel autoencoder, which is suitable for dimensionality reduction for textual data. Also, we generated more semantically important topics than the baseline models. If you have questions, let me know.
Thank you so much. It was a very interesting talk. So if you have any questions, we can take a few, maybe one question, and then I will move on to the next presentation.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. So if you have any questions, maybe you can use the chat sections and ask your questions there. Thank you again, and let's continue with the next presentation. We have a presentation by Florian. Unfortunately, they cannot also attend the workshop, so I will play the pre-recorded presentation. The title is BAM, Benchmarking Argument Mining on Scientific Documents. So let me share my screen on that.
Hi, and welcome to the presentation of BAM, Benchmarking Argument Mining on Scientific Documents. My name is Florian Guesch from the University of Zurich. Let's start with some motivation. I'm pretty sure we've all been there, sitting in front of a stack of papers, looking to extract the information contained within, either for a specific statement or just a broad overview of the knowledge. Wouldn't it be nice if we had some magic black box machine to do that for us and extract a knowledge graph? In our case, this knowledge would be contained in arguments, and thus we conduct the graph, the argument web, or more specifically, in the case of papers, the argument web of science. Argumentation is as old as humankind and comes in natural triples, which makes it very suitable for the use in knowledge graphs. An argument is defined as a set of components, and these components can be either a claim, the central statement of the argument, which is true or false, and premises, which are about the plausibility of the argument. In literature, they also carry names such as data, evidence, or reason. Finally, with the relations, we make triples. Argument mining is about extracting arguments automatically from natural language text. Lippi and Taroni established a 4-stage pipeline.
Actually. So, do you have any problem in the presentation?
Which is shown here on the right. It uses raw text as input and outputs annotated text. I will illustrate the steps of the pipeline with this short paragraph. First, we're looking to detect the sentences that actually contain parts of an argument. Then, we find the boundaries of the components themselves. Subsequently, we can classify these components as either claim or premise. In the last step, we're trying to predict the structure of the arguments, and voila, we obtain a knowledge graph. Now, while we're working towards the argument web of science, we're still facing several problems, such as there is no universally applicable benchmark available to compare system to system or a system to a ground truth. Lippi and Taroni pointed out several challenges. First of all, there are many different formats in use, which come down to different requirements for readability. Machines have different needs than humans. There are also many ways to represent an argument in a model. So we have different argumentation schemes in use. Furthermore, different systems have different granularities for the identification of arguments. Some tag sentences, others classify fragments, and in the most detailed way, some systems tag tokens. Last but not least, we have the problem of different measures in use, some of which are just impossible to relate and to compare the results of the systems. During our literature review, we identified several measures that are currently in use in the argument mining community. First of all, the information retrieval F1 score. Furthermore, there are also inter-annotator agreement measures in use, such as the kappas, which measure agreement while considering chance. Cohen introduced this concept for 2 authors, and Fleiss then extended it for 3 or more authors. Krippendorf's alpha does the same, but it measures disagreement while considering chance. Finally, CAS, the Combined Argument Similarity Score, measures the segmentation of the text, propositional and dialogical relation identification, and then aggregates into a single score for every system. It does not consider component classification. For benchmarks, we found 2 papers that designate themselves specifically as benchmarks. The first one being Node, which contains 3 datasets of online discussions, a stage play, and Wikipedia revision history. The IBM Debater project also published a dataset consisting of Wikipedia pages. Neither of these 2 papers contain any guidelines on how to evaluate, nor any standardized measures. Our proposed solution consists of a 4-stage pipeline, with the mapping to unify and produce comparable results at its very core. In the first step, we pre-process a dataset, and in our initial implementation, this is the SciArc dataset, which consists of 40 papers from the domain of computer graphics. We're pre-processing it to tailor it to the very needs of the argument miner that is currently being evaluated, such that we can then use it in a training step. With the obtained model, we then annotate the training dataset in the execution step. In the 4th step, the evaluation, we then assess the performance of the argument miner. Some details on the evaluation, and for this, I'm bringing back the argument mining pipeline. We're introducing 4 measures, 1 for each step of the pipeline. First of all, the argumentative sentence detection score, S. Argumentative sentence detection is a binary classification task, and we can thus use the F1 score. The argument component boundary detection task is a segmentation task, and thus the score B can be measured using a boundary similarity measure. The argument component detection task has been pointed out to be very similar to the well-established NLP task of named entity recognition, and we can reuse the F1 score. Finally, argument structure prediction is a binary classification for triples, and we can again use the F1 score. We reduced the argument models of all the systems that are incorporated to the simplest models, using subclass of and equivalence relations. For components, we only considered claims and premises, and for relations, attacks and supports. SciArc was our dataset that we used for the evaluation. Targer and Margot both use argument models that are very similar. Transformer-based model needed some more work. AURC and Argumentsky were also a bit more complicated to integrate. The relations were only considered by the dataset SciArc, as well as the transformer-based model. This allowed us to execute all the systems and produce comparable results, which are shown in this very table. The winner is highlighted in bold, while the runner-up in italic. And we can clearly see that the transformer-based model performed the best for every single task. This brings me to the conclusions and future work. Our paper showed that it is possible to create an end-to-end benchmark for argument mining, and we obtained a first list of comparable results. In the future, we're looking to do a formal evaluation of our approach and to add more systems where any help is welcome. Last but not least, we're also looking to add more data to allow for broader evaluation and incorporate more scientific domains. With this, I'd like to conclude and thank you for your attendance.
Thank you. We need to move on to our next presentations. It will be a presentation by Igor. The title will be sequence labeling for. Oh, sorry. Actually, our next presentation is by Michael. The present title is when to use which neural networks, finding the right neural networks architecture for a research problem. So if you're ready, you can share your screen.
Yes, hello everyone. I hope you can hear it.
Yes, we can see this. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I'm Michael Ferber from the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, KIT in Germany. And I present today when to use which neural network, finding the right neural network architecture for a research problem. And yeah, this is a joint work with Nikolaus Weber from the University of Heidelberg. Yeah, let's consider that you are for example, a data scientist or a machine learning engineer, and you might have heard of several AI models. You might have heard of, for example, LSTM, BiLSTM, maybe also more domain-specific ones, such as BERT, T5, and so on. And actually, there's a bunch more out of them, mainly these ones even more. And you might wonder, when should I actually use which neural network architecture? I guess some of you have already asked this question yourself. And so that's why we wanted to approach this. In related work, there's some, for example, neural architecture search, NAS, but this is more about reducing the search space. So this is more about if you have a very specific set of neural network architectures, for example, if you want to specify or optimize the hyperparameters and so on. Then you have the neural network search engines, for example, here FairNets, but you can also imagine that you search at GitHub and so on with some keywords. You can think of here searching for image classification, for example. And then you get very specific AI or machine learning models, which you can then reuse, for example. Our task is a little bit different. So we start as an input with a research problem description. So this can be one sentence, can be several sentences. They just describe the task and so on. What are the challenges? What do you want to solve actually? And then the idea is that the recommender system outputs some recommendations about which neural network architecture to use, such as, for example, here, convolutional neural network, CNN, and ideally maybe even with an explanation so that you know, okay, I should use a CNN because I'm working, for example, with images, so I have a grid structure of the data points and so on. Yeah, for this, you first of all need neural network architectures. And for that, we create Wikidata. Wikidata is a knowledge graph similar to Wikipedia, but in a structured way. And we retrieved 66 of them, which you can find here. Next, you also need research problem descriptions, of course. And these research problem descriptions are not that easy to have to obtain and so on, at least as far as we know. And therefore, one idea would be to use English paper abstracts. And so we obtained the Microsoft Academic Graph and retrieved English paper abstracts, and especially them where we could have a neural network architecture mentioned, such as you can find here in this example. So at the beginning, you can see here there's some problem description. It's about maintenance, about preventing accidents, and so on. And then you can find here, the authors used here a convolutional neural network, a CNN. So the first idea of creating such a data set for the evaluation, for training, and for testing would be that you split it up. So the first part, as you can see here, would be the first sentences, the problem description, and you often have a second part which starts like in this paper or we propose, and then you have here the mention of the neural network architecture like CNN, which is then your target label. And with this, we already obtained our first dataset, we can say. This is the abstract splitting dataset, AS, which contains about 50,000 problem descriptions with a label. We also evaluated this, so we obtained 500 randomly selected abstracts, and we evaluated this by 2 researchers, and about 89% of these abstracts were correct, with an inter-rater agreement of about 0.75, so this is quite okay. 89% is maybe not perfect, but it shows that maybe this is a somehow good approximation, at least as a first start. We also created a second dataset, and in this case, we want to be more specific. We said, it often appears that we have some kind of templates, some rules, like we use some method for some research problem, for example. So we checked the dataset, and based on them, on these items, we identified 44 templates in total. And overall, we obtained about 35,000 problem descriptions with a label in this case. And finally, we also had another dataset, which is already existing. This is the agenda dataset. And in this case, paper abstracts from the AI domain, so from a very specific domain, are paired with knowledge graphs. So this was used for information extraction and for natural language generation. And this contains about 1,300 instances which you can use. So we can see this is a relatively small data set, so that's why we only use it for the testing. And you can see here on the right-hand side that the distribution, that is the frequency of these neural network architectures, is quite different. We have some of them which appear quite often, not so surprising, and some which do not appear so often, and which makes the overall task of the neural network architecture recommendation quite challenging. The purpose of the paper was to propose more the general task, and therefore we do not propose a very novel architecture. So we first of all used an SVM approach with TF-IDF for the text representation. Second approach is here a BERT model. So we trained BERT on scientific documents, the SciBERT model, with a subsequent classification layer for the classification. And then, as a strong baseline, we have the most frequent class, MFC. Let's jump directly to the evaluation results. So what can we see? We can have here the training data. We can here see the test data, the method, and then we have precision, recall, F1 score, and accuracy. What we see, first of all, is when it comes to accuracy, that here the SVM approach apparently performs quite well, or the best among these models, among these methods. Interestingly, for the accuracy here, in the case of this KE, the keyword extraction dataset, the MFC baseline performs even better than the SciBERT model. However, accuracy is not the best metric when it comes to imbalanced datasets. So let's consider the F1 score. Here we can see that the SVM approach is still the best. And what else can we see? We can see that the evaluation results of the KE and the AS, so abstract splitting and keyword extraction dataset, are overall quite similar. However, when we apply it to the mod agenda dataset, the results drop quite significantly. But that's not so surprising because the datasets are quite different. And especially we can see that, if we train it on the AS dataset and apply it on the mod agenda dataset, we obtain better results, a little bit better than if we trained it on the KE dataset. This is because the AS, so the abstract splitting dataset, is relatively similar to this mod agenda dataset. This KE keyword extraction is quite limited. The keyword, it mainly contains of keyword phrases, so very limited spans, we can say. Overall, we can say that we have here now an accuracy of a 0.59, an F1 score of about 0.46. So it shows that the problem or the task of recommending neural network architectures based on such research problem description is an interesting challenge, but not so trivial. And that leads me already to the conclusion. So we proposed in this paper, in this talk here, the recommendation of neural network architectures based on textual problem descriptions. For that, we first needed to identify the problem descriptions in paper abstracts and the corresponding mentions of neural network architectures. And these led us to these datasets: abstract splitting, keyword extraction. These have been published. You can find them there, and you can also use them, for example, for other information extraction tasks or scientific impact quantification. And in the evaluation, we showed that an SVM approach, in our case, outperformed other approaches such as the Cybert model. Let's have a short look at future work. So yeah, we could think of recommending also other scholarly entities. So far, we considered neural network architectures, but you can think of also recommending data sets based on problem descriptions or other things. Very obvious would be also to have a demonstration system. So this is probably also our next step, to have a system where you can enter texts and that you get really the recommendations of the neural network architectures. And finally, as I mentioned at the beginning, it would make sense to explain the recommendations so that you exactly know, for example, I recommend CNN because its images, it's a grid structure and no graph structure. And this is especially important in academia, where you need to have a high level of trust. Yeah, that's it from my point of view. Thank you for your attention. And now I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Since actually we don't have much time, we need to move on to the next presentation. And if we have any questions from the audience, please use the chat section for the remaining papers. So thank you again, and let's get started with the next presentation by Igor. So if you're ready, you can share your screen.
All right. Hi, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So my name is Igor Shapiro from the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. And today I'm happy to present you the paper from Tarek Zaya, Michael Ferber, and myself about sequence labeling for citation field extraction from Cyrillic script references. First of all, what is the task about? Basically, we want to parse Cyrillic script references. Here we can see an example of a reference string written in Cyrillic language, a Cyrillic script, with the corresponding sections marked with their corresponding labels. For example, this is the author, this is the title, and so on. And finally, we want to train a model that can parse the Cyrillic script references and output as so-called labeled reference strings, as you can see here at the bottom, where each token is enclosed with its corresponding label. You might ask yourself, why are we doing this for Cyrillic script languages? Basically, there are over 100 million English and 25 million Russian language scholarly documents. And additionally, there are also other Cyrillic languages. So Cyrillic script publications take a big portion of the scientific literature. However, most of the tools are trained on English language data, and mostly English language datasets are available for the reference parsing task. And further, the tools that are based on machine learning approaches implement mostly conditional random fields or recurrent neural networks. So our contribution will be or is to introduce a large data set of labeled Cyrillic reference strings, and we implement a BERT model for this task, achieving an Inference score of 0.933. And we will also answer the following research questions. First, is non-English reference data synthetically created from paper metadata suitable for retraining of well-performing models? Second, what magnitude of training data for citation parsing models based on machine learning algorithms is needed? And lastly, we showed the importance of retraining of out-of-the-box tools. More precisely, we will do this for Grobit. It's a tool for extraction of bibliographic data from Scholar articles. And in literature, it is considered as the most effective tool for reference parsing. As mentioned before, there is no existing Cyrillic language dataset available for this task. So our first idea was to manually annotate some references from real papers. Therefore, we gathered 100 papers from the core collection and annotated them, ending up with 771 references with 9 different labels. This dataset is first multilingual, covering Russian, Ukrainian, and English language references. And it is also multidisciplinary, covering engineering and economic topics, and also many more. The manual annotated dataset is serving us as a test set. And for training the models, we create so-called synthetic reference strings. Here you can see the pipeline of how we did it. First of all, we gathered paper metadata from the Web of Science corpus. Then we transformed this metadata to bib files. With the bib files and the bibliographic style files, we automatically created one PDF per reference. And by matching the bib entries with the PDF text, we ended up with the before mentioned labeled reference strings, as you can see here. And with this data, we finally trained our models. This synthetic dataset covers more than 100,000 references in 4 different citation styles and 11 different labels that are all article and conference proceeding related. Most of the paper metadata are written in Russian language, and we also have 7% of English language metadata. The references are mostly created with the Ghost citation style. The Ghost citation style is a standard citation style in former Soviet republics like Russia, Ukraine, or Belarus. And we also have 2% of upper style references. This is because the upper style could only deal with non-Cyrillic characters, so we just use it for the English references. And finally, 80% of the references are article types and 20% are conference proceedings type. So our approach was first to fine-tune a multilingual BERT model and compare it with the results of a retrained Grobit model. The fine-tuning and the retraining was performed on several subsets of our dataset, with sizes ranging between 500 instances and 100,000 instances. So let's take a look at the results. At the left, we can see the averaged results of 5 runs of the BERT model evaluated on the manually annotated test set, or precisely the F1 score, and the best models were trained on 3,000 instances, achieving an F1 score of 0.928. And in general, we see that models trained with less than 10,000 instances perform best. If we look at the results on the labels and language level, it's one interesting thing, you can see that for number and volume labels, our model performed pretty poorly for Russian and Ukrainian languages. This is because number and volume labels are difficult to distinguish due to ambiguous meanings in different Go citation styles. Then we also evaluated the Grobit model out of the box, achieving a phone score of only 0.09. This is just basically due to the fact that Grobit wasn't trained with correct data, therefore it couldn't deal with correct characters. However, we also retrained the Grobit model, and the best run was achieved with 5,000 training instances, achieving a phone score of 0.647. To compare the results, we can see that our BERT model outperforms the other models by nearly 0.3 on all metrics. To summarize our results, we showcase the BERT model for the citation field extraction task. We introduce a new multilingual multidisciplinary dataset, and we show the suitability of synthetic data. Further, we saw that retraining of Grobit with task-specific data drastically improved the performance, and that the models trained on less than 10,000 instances performed best. In future work, the manually annotated dataset could be refined by native experts, and also the synthetic datasets would benefit from a greater variety in publication types and languages, which would also result in more labels. And the model itself would probably benefit from an additional CRF layer on top, and it would also benefit from retraining the BERT model on task-specific languages like it was shown in other literature. Yeah, that was it. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions in the chat.
Thank you so much for the interesting presentation. So yeah, please, if we have any question from the audience, please use the chat. And now we can move on to the next presentation. So thank you again. Our next presentation is actually a pre-recorded one by Nuria. The title is Vertison, a recommender system for troubleshooting.
Hi, my name is Nuria, and I'm here to present the paper Vertison, a recommender system for troubleshooting. This work is done in collaboration between Ericsson and the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. I want to acknowledge the work of my colleagues Serve, Furu, Leif, and Amir for all their hard work. I would like to start by defining what is troubleshooting. Troubleshooting is a form of problem solving. It has many different phases, and of course, it is a time-consuming process. The typical steps of the troubleshooting process are the following. So whenever a problem appears, it's detected and then it's reported to the company. Then it needs to be analyzed and corrected, and finally, the solution needs to be verified. So each time a problem is reported, a trouble report ticket is created. Ericsson has many solved trouble reports from which we can extract a lot of information. And the most important sections of a trouble report ticket are the observation and the answer section. The observation section contains a description of the issue that has happened, and the answer section contains a detailed description of the given solution to the problem. The aim of this work is to automate the process of finding a solution to the trouble report ticket. So for that, we will be focusing on the fourth and fifth phase of the process, as you can see here. We will use an NLP model that gives you a ranking of the best possible answers to a new observation. So as you can see, we are dealing with a text ranking problem, which can be summarized as follows. The two inputs are the observation of a new problem, and then the corpus of past answers that we have in Ericsson. Then we will have a text ranking system that will analyze both inputs and output a list of ranked answers relevant to the observation. For this text ranking system, we are proposing a multi-stage solution. The solution has three main steps: the pre-processing step, the initial retrieval step, and the re-ranking step. The inputs of the system, as you know, are the observation of a new travel report and the corpus of past answers. Also, sometimes the observation is called query and the corpus of answers is called corpus of documents. As you can see, both inputs are pre-processed and sent to the initial retrieval. In the initial retrieval, both texts are analyzed and the output is a top K candidate list of answers. As you can see, the K is much smaller than M. So we are reducing the size of the corpus from thousands, for example, to just tens, thanks to this stage. Finally, the candidate list and the observation go through the re-ranker stage. And a final list of ranked answers is the output of the system, which usually can be something like the top 3 or top 5 most relevant answers, for example. We can go into a bit more detail into the different stages. For example, the pre-processing stage is in charge of preparing the data for the next steps. It focuses on treating domain-specific data, for example, abbreviation or acronyms, and also it is in charge of removing any non-textual data. For the initial retrieval stage, we wanted to use a representation-based model that could process the observation and the answers separately. For that purpose, SentenceBERT is a great candidate. It is composed by a BERT model plus a pooling layer on top. SentenceBERT provides a semantic understanding of the observation and the answers by creating a dense vector representation of the observation and a dense vector representation for each of the answers. Those vectors are compared using cosine similarity, and we get a similarity measure for each of the answers. Then we pick the top K answers that are more relevant to the observation. Finally, in the re-ranker step, we will only be processing the top K candidate list of answers and the observation. For that reason, we can use a more complex model. We have decided to use MonoBERT, which is a BERT model plus a linear layer on top. The input of this system is the candidate list of answers and the observation, separated by special tokens. For each of the answers, we get a ranking score, and finally, the output is a shorter top-end list of highly relevant solutions. The data we have used to train those models are travel report tickets with an observation and answer section, and that are about 4G and 5G problems. The travel reports not only include an observation and an answer section, but also include other fields which might be of interest. For example, we have a heading or a subject, which is a short sentence giving a summary overview of the description of the problem. Then we have the faulty product, which is the specific code of the product in which a fault is reported. There are hundreds of products in Ericsson, but they can be sorted into faulty areas. So we propose creating a derived field from the product names, which we call faulty area. Then we have the observation, as you know, which is a longer text describing the observed behavior at problem time, and the answer, which is a longer text that it's filled when the trouble report is solved. So as a summary, the inputs and outputs of the system are the query, which is composed by concatenating the observation, the heading, and the faulty area, and the corpus of answers. And the output are the recommended solutions. We have done some experiments to validate our proposal. We have done experiments on the initial retrieval by comparing our proposal of SentenceBERT with a baseline approach like BM25. In the re-ranker stage, we have made sure that we are seeing an improvement from the initial retrieval stage. And finally, we have done some cross-validation of the initial retrieval and re-ranker results to make sure that the results generalize. Also, as this is an application that will go towards industry, we wanted to make sure that the latency of the process is low. In this first experiment, we have compared the SentenceBERT model that we decided to use to BM25. BM25 is a very common technique to use as initial retrieval in literature. Compared to the BERT-based approach, SentenceBERT can understand semantically the queries and the answers, whereas BM25 is an exact matching technique. As you can see, using a BERT-based model enables us to forward less documents to the next and more complex stage and maintains the latency of the processing low. This can be seen if we look at the measure we call at 15, where in our test set, in 64% of the cases, we had retrieved the correct answer. Whereas using BM25, this happened only in 33% of the cases. That means that SentenceBERT improves the baseline model of BM25. In the re-ranker stage, we wanted to make sure that we were seeing an improvement from the results from the first stage to the second. As you can see here, the mid-reciprocal rank goes from 0.39 to 0.44. That means that the correct answer has climbed up the rankings thanks to the second stage. For that, we conclude that the ranker improved the results after the initial retrieval. Finally, we have done a cross-validation experiment. For that, we have used a k-fold cross-validation with k equal to 5. And as you can see, the results still hold after this cross-validation. For that, we conclude that the method is generalizable. Also, we have done an experiment comparing the latency versus the accuracy if we change the length of our candidate list in the initial retrieval stage. We have compared the numbers of 15, 50, and 100 of candidate lists. As you can see, by using more documents in the candidate list, the increase in accuracy is not that large. So we go from 0.44 to 0.46 in mean reciprocal RAM. However, the latency is incremented from half a second to almost 4 seconds. For that, we can say that the choice of the candidate list of top 15 answers is optimal. Finally, I would like to say that we have presented Vertixon, a BERT-based model for analyzing trouble reports to retrieve solutions for newly reported problems. We have been able to compare our method with BM25, a popular exact matching technique, and we have shown that Vertixon can recommend the best possible solutions to a new error report from Ericsson, with higher accuracy and lower latency, given that the data is very domain-specific and difficult. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much for your attention. And if you have any questions, you can directly reach out to the others. So let's move on to the next presentation. Our next presentation will be by Sebastian, and the title is Leveraging Positional Information to Automatically Emphasize Key Portions of a Text. If you are ready, you can come to the presentation area and share your screen. Actually, I think the presenter is not in the room.
Cool. Can you see my screen? I do the slide for him.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yes, you can see.
Nice. Awesome. So yeah, in this work, the goal is, given a large text, how we can highlight the most salient sentences in the text. So in this example, we have a large paragraph, and we try to highlight which sentence or sentences are the most important in this paragraph. So the key thing with highlight is that the position is important for two main reasons. The first one is to select which is the most important sentence. It can be useful to look at in which position the text, the sentence is. And the second reason is that when we show highlights to the user, we don't want to highlight 2 or 3 or 4 sentences which are subsequent in the same place. Instead, it is best to highlight sentences which are spread across documents. So this is why we want to very much add the position in our models. So the approach we took for this work was we extend an existing algorithm for summarization, which is called a summary, and we add to it some signal that encode the position. So in other words, we try to adapt existing system for extractive summarization to make it more suitable for highlights. And we also create a new corpus based on the DUC and N1 corpora as a way to train and test this new system. So the kind of features we explore to add the position are a mixture of position of the sentence within the paragraph or the entire text, the position of the paragraph also in the text. Those positions can be expressed either in absolute or relative terms. We explore those two things. Also look at the length of paragraph sentences. So we try about 2,000 features and combine those to the signal from the summarizer system. And we add all those into a logistic regression model to see how this improve of our baseline of this summary system. Also, as a way to try to make sure that highlights are spread across the document, we add a constraint using this linear programming trick where we kind of force the model not to select two subsequent sentences as being a highlight. So that's how we enforce this constraint. So we maximize the quality of each sentence, so, i.e. We try to select the subset of the most important sentences, subject to the constraint that two sentences are subsequent, so aka xi and xi plus 1, those two sentences should not be selected both as highlights. All right, so in terms of results, we compared so our system with different configuration versus the summary baseline versus a human reference. We look at both the top 4 and top 20%. So top 4 mean we select the best 4 sentences in the text as highlight, 20% the same but with 20%. And we see that adding those position features improve over the baseline, summary baseline. And further, so ILP, so the integer linear programming, as we add this constraint to force highlight to be spread across document, I think those help sometime, but not always. So that's something we have to look more. So yeah, this is the main takeaway. So in conclusion, we did some experiment that showed that adding the position is useful, but adding the constraint of having the highlights spread across document is a bit less useful. And we show that using this trick, we can adapt the existing summarization techniques to perform highlights in documents. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Thank you, Frank, for the presentation. So, do we have any questions from the audience? So we have a question regarding the poster session. Our poster session will be after the workshop in the poster area for this room. So if you're interested, you can also attend in our poster session, which will be right after the workshop. So if you don't have any other questions, we can continue with our next presentations. We have 3 presentations for our system papers. They are all pre-recorded. So if you have any questions, you can directly reach out to the others. And as I mentioned, after these presentations, we also have our poster session, so you can attend that to learn more about the system papers. Also, we have a brief closing remarks. I will review the statistics and some notes about the publication, where we will publish the papers, and how you can access the slides and the recordings of these workshop. Thank you for your attention, and let's start the next system paper presentation. It will be a presentation by Beam. The title is A Simple Framework for Contrastive Learning of Acronym Disambiguation.
Hello everyone, we are the team of the Hunan University. Next, we are going to share our paper of the SDU Shared Task 2 named SimClub, a simple framework for contrastive learning of acronym disambiguation. This presentation is mainly divided into the following 5 points. The first is the problem introduction. So what is the acronym disambiguation? Acronym disambiguation is given the sentence as the input and the short acronym as the target, with multiple long-form acronyms from the dictionary. Our goal is to find the correct acronym item. For example, as shown in the figure 1, the SVMs represent the short-form acronym item from the dictionary. The prediction output should be support vector machines according to the whole input sentence. The acronym disambiguation task contains the dataset of scientific English, which is shown in the table 1. The dataset is divided into the training, development, and the testing sets in this shared task. Next is the task modeling. The acronym disaggregation task aims to find the correct meaning of the given acronym in a sentence. Specifically, the sentence can be represented as a sequence of tokens. Given that the index I represents the acronym in the input sentence, the short acronym can be represented as xi hat. The corresponding meaning of the short form acronym is chosen from the dictionary D, where TK represents the phrase in the dictionary and the K represents the total length of the probable phrase. Our goal is to find the correct phrase, meaning SJ of the short acronym XI hat from the dictionary D. Here is our main method. As shown in the figure 2, the system learns the masked acronym closer to its real meaning produced by the frozen teacher in the solid arrow and away from the other confusing phrases in the dictionary. In the dictionary arrows, the phrase embedding is averaged before encoding, noted as HI bar. The T1 plus is the positive sample, while the T2 minus is the random chosen negative samples. We perform the phrase level contrastive pre-training by letting the representation distance of the positive and negative phrases stay away to enhance the model's ability to distinguish the confusing samples. Here is the loss function of the contrastive learning. We optimize the objectives, including the contrastive loss, the max language model loss, and the next sentence prediction loss. Well, the pre-training step is totally unsupervised, so we can pre-train in the vast scientific English datasets. After pre-training, we design contrastive fine-tuning, where a nonlinear projection layer is added on the top of the pre-trained model for obtaining the right representation. The lambda used as a hyperparameter is to adjust the cross-entropy loss and the contrastive loss. We fine-tune the English datasets of the shared task, where more implementation details can be found in our submitted paper. Finally, we use the 5-fold cross-validation example strategy, such as bagging method. It takes the average advantages of different models, providing more diversity. Also, it can help to increase the prediction generation ability and improve the final score. The main results of our model and the baselines are shown in the table 2. It is noted that the proposed method outperforms the other baselines in 3 scores, which represent that the pre-trained model with contrastive pre-training can improve the model's ability to represent the acronyms. The example method can further improve the diversity of the final results, thereby achieving the best performance in the test set. In summary, we finally ranked first in the online leaderboard, which is shown in the table 3. We also provide the case analysis for our predictions. Our method fails to distinguish the uppercase and the lowercase. We may add a finer grained information for the task to solve this problem. Moreover, the contextual information of the input sentence is too little for prediction. Maybe the shared knowledge can help relieve these problems for the future works. For the conclusion, we performed the first attempt to resolve the acronym disambiguation problem with a contrast pre-trained model for better acronym understanding. It can be further concluded that the continuing the contrastive pre-training model can enhance the ability to represent the confusing phrases of the long-form acronym. In the future work, the train network is the wise choice for training the teacher and the student together with the shared knowledge. And the fine-grained and the coarse-grained embedding can be a good way for acknowledging the meaning of the sentence. That's all. Thank you for your listening.
Okay, thank you for your attention. We can continue with the next presentation. And again, as I mentioned, if you have any questions, you can directly reach out to the authors for these papers. Our next presentation is by Siheng. The title is Acronym Extraction with Hybrid Strategies. So let me share my screen.
Hello everyone, my name is Xinheng Li. It's my pleasure to introduce our work on scientific document understanding. In this work, we'll present our hybrid strategies with adversarial training. For this task, our contribution details are as follows. First, let me explain this task in more details. Given a piece of text as the input, our model needs to automatically extract the acronym from the text. In addition, we also need to extract its long-form mention in the same way, as the picture shows LNL and its corresponding long-form mention. Before our work, we had carried out a detailed research on related studies for acronym extraction, including rule-based, LSTM-based, and pre-trained-based methods. Traditional acronym extraction methods mainly focus on rule-based methods, taking advantage of LSTM's power for text modeling. LSTM-based methods has got decent performance in acronym extraction. Language models pre-trained with a large corpus have shown promising performance in lots of downstream tasks. We describe our hybrid strategies to extract acronyms and long forms in this section. First, we use pre-trained models for recognizing and encoding the original sentence. Then, we employ a BiSTM CIF head to model acronym extraction as a sequence labeling task, and a BiSTM span head to model it as a span selection task. In addition, to improve the robustness and generalization of our models, we apply adversarial trainings. Specifically, we adopt BERT or Roberta as a text encoder to capture rich, contextualized word embeddings given the input X with the help of deep multi-head attention layers. BERT captures contextualized representations for each token, and we get the hidden embedding. For sequence labeling strategy, we first transform the character level positions labels provided by raw datasets to 5 kinds of token level labels as follows. To solve this sequence labeling problem, we adopt the BERT BiSTM CIF method, and the architecture is shown below. First, we utilize a BiSTM network to capture future interactions between adjacent words. Then, a linear classifier transforms BiSTM's output into the logis of 5 labels. At last, we adopt a linear chain conditional random field to model the dependency between sequence labels. For the inference, we use the white-B algorithm for decoding the best label sequence. To enhance the robustness and generalization ability of our models, we adopt adversarial training. Specifically, the KL divergence was used to measure the difference between the predicted distribution with and without perturbation. And then KL divergence was generalized as F divergence. We jointly train our models with adversarial training, and alpha is used for controlling the significance of adversarial training. Our experiments are conducted on the official datasite, including 2 domains and 6 languages. Statistics of the datasets are shown below. In order to further investigate the effectiveness of our proposed approach, we compare it with the following 3 baselines. Rule-based, this method utilizes a manually designed pattern to extract acronyms and is provided by the workshop. BERT-based, this method employs BERT as a text encoder to get contextualized word representation, then employ a classification head to tag each word. And Roberta-based, this is similar with above. In scientific domain, the comparison between the proposed model and baseline models is shown in this table. Compared with manually designed rule-based methods, pre-trained models have huge advantages because they can capture reasonable word representations. The difference between the BERT and Roberta is remarkable. We conjecture this is due to the dataset being small. Thus, the results depend more on the power of the pre-trained models. Our 2 strategies get similar results and outperform all baseline methods. We submit the better one for testing. In legal domain, the comparison is shown in Table 4. The observations are similar with scientific domain, and our method outperforms all baseline models stably. Table 5 shows the top 4 scores in the test sites. Our method gets decent performance and ranks 2 in English and French. 3 in Spanish and Danish. To further prove the effectiveness of our model, we also run ablation studies on the development side of English scientific as shown in Table 6. We find that for our sequence labeling strategy, CRF is necessary, and adversarial training is beneficial to both strategies by adding reasonable noise, which improve our model's robustness. Conclusion. We first propose 2 strategies for acronym extraction, and our adversarial training further improves the robustness and generalization ability of our methods. Experiments show that our models outperform strong baselines and rank high in the task. For future work, we will try to solve the problem of class imbalance in both strategies and model the connections between acronyms and long forms explicitly.
Okay. Thank you so much for your attention. And our last presentation is a pre-recorded presentation by Nitish. The title is Injecting Character Sequence Information and Domain Knowledge for Enhanced Acronym and Long-Form Extraction.
Hello, my name is Nitish Kannan. I am a 4th-year undergraduate student at the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kharagpur. And today, I am going to present our work titled KBase, Injecting Character Sequence Information and Domain Knowledge for Enhanced Acronym Extraction. Given text documents in the scientific and legal domains, our task is to extract the acronyms and long forms. More specifically, we need to extract the character spans from the documents. As shown in this figure, the long forms are highlighted in yellow and the acronyms are highlighted in orange. And the task is to extract the character spans of the long form, that is 14 to 35, and acronyms 38 to 41. So a sentence can contain multiple long forms and multiple acronyms. The task is to extract all of them. This slide summarizes our major contributions. We propose a novel framework called KBase that has 3 amendments to the conventional MBERT architecture. Firstly, we inject character-aware token embeddings that takes into account the character sequence information. Secondly, we inject domain knowledge into MBERT by performing masked language modeling on domain data, in this case, the scientific and the legal domain. Finally, we propose an augmented objective function that has the max and the mask loss terms in addition to the standard cross-entropy loss. We show that using this objective function performs well when paired with KBase. Other salient features in our paper includes zero-shot experimentation. More specifically, we test the zero-shot cross-lingual transfer performance and show that KBase outperforms baselines. We also include extensive experimentations comparing our approach with baselines and also report ablation studies. We base our claims by experimenting over the recently open-sourced Macronym dataset, which is also part of the shared task at the Scientific Document Understanding Workshop at AAAI. Macronym consists of datasets in 6 languages, and it is the first and the largest multilingual benchmark for acronym extraction. We participate in 5 out of the 6 languages, leaving out Persian, and the table below is an excerpt from our paper summarizing the key statistics of the Macronym dataset. So this slide depicts the overall architecture of KBase. In the bottom, you can see that the input text is being tokenized and is passed into MBERT or multilingual BERT to the right. And to the left, you can find the component of the architecture that is specific to the injection of character sequence information. works because the character embeddings are now aggregated to form the token embeddings. So the character-aware token embeddings are concatenated with the embed final layer token embeddings and are passed into the subsequent prediction layers. Note that we model the acronym extraction task as a sequence labeling problem, and we use the BIO tagging scheme. The motivation behind using by injecting character sequence information is twofold. Firstly, in low resource languages like Vietnamese, which is not a huge portion of Embert's pre-training phase, a large number of tokens, or at least a good number of tokens, get mapped to the UNK or the unknown token label. As a result, crucial information is lost, and the model struggles to predict the labels of tokens that get mapped to UNK. However, by injecting character sequence information, we make sure that the embeddings formed are now at least aware of the character sequence, and this helps model make a better informed prediction. Secondly, by observing the data set, we found that a large number of acronyms contain helpful cues that are character specific. For example, acronyms are generally enclosed within brackets, or acronyms are generally capitalized, and acronyms generally contain prefixes or suffixes that are quite common or quite recurring. For example, the acronyms MIT or IIT, which are academic institutions, have the common suffix IT, which stands for Institution of Technology. However, if the BP tokenizer of BERT fails to, or the word piece tokenizer of BERT fails to segment out the suffix IT from the acronym, this information is not really accessible to Embed. However, the character-aware token embeddings capture this information because it's being the character-aware token embeddings are being formed by taking into account character sequence information, and this information is now accessible to the model, which we conjecture is an important factor while predicting or extracting acronyms, and our experimental results confirm the same. And in this figure, you can also see the proposed augmented objective function that consists of mean and max and mask loss, which is discussed in the subsequent slides. And we also discuss the injection of domain knowledge in the subsequent slides. We inject domain knowledge into MBERT to make it better suited for the scientific and legal domain. And we do this with three parts of dataset. First is the macronym dataset, the multilingual scientific and legal dataset that has been provided as part of the shared task. Secondly, we obtain extra scientific and legal data by performing web scraping over the internet by using specific hashtags like archive and Wikipedia. And thirdly, we generate adversarial data using the text attack library that replaces a few words with their synonyms in order to make it difficult for the model. So we pool these three data sets and perform the masked language modeling as described in Devlin et al. And we trained for 6 epochs, and the new the fine-tuned checkpoints are now saved and are used in the embed side of the K-base architecture. In this slide, we take a closer look at the objective function used to train K-base. Firstly, we choose to mask out 10% of the positive tokens. That is, the tokens that are either acronym or long forms. So we do this to make sure that the model pays attention to the context leading up to the acronyms and long forms itself. So this makes sure that the model also looks into the context around acronyms or around long forms that help in prediction. Secondly, we have the max loss term, that is the maximum loss across a sequence of tokens. This is done to make sure that the model pays sufficient attention to huge errors. And finally, we have the mean of loss of all tokens, which is the cross entropy loss. So to summarize, we have three terms: the cross entropy loss, which is the mean. Secondly, we have the max loss, that is the maximum loss across the sequence of tokens, and finally the mask loss. And these two terms are weighted by lambda max and lambda mask. So these figures are again excerpts from our paper, where we compare our proposed approach, K-base, with the baselines. As you can see, K-base outperforms the baselines in all of the languages by a significant margin. And in languages like Vietnamese, there's a huge jump. That is, it jumps from 71 to 84. This can be attributed to the fact that, as mentioned earlier, languages like Vietnamese are lower source languages, where a large number of its tokens get mapped to the UNK, where a lot of information is lost. But by injecting character sequence information, which is a portion in our which is a component in Keybase, we make sure that the model has some information to help it make the right prediction. In the left, you can see the fine-grained scores, and the acronym extraction is marginally better. The scores on acronym extraction is marginally better than long-form extraction. Please refer to our paper for more discussions on these results. So this figure represents the zero-shot cross-lingual transfer performance. More specifically, the models were trained on the English datasets, that is the English scientific and English legal data, and they were evaluated in a zero-shot fashion on the non-English datasets. And as you can see, Keybase outperforms the MBERT in 3 out of the 4 languages in the zero-shot settings. And one interesting observation here is the fact that French and Spanish show pretty good performance even without training it on the language-specific data. This can be attributed to the fact that French and Spanish are quite similar to English. In this slide, we can see the percentage drop observed if we remove out each of the specific components described earlier. And we can see that each of these components, that is the max loss, mask loss, as well as the character embedding injection, and as well as the domain-specific mask language modeling, each of these components helps in improving the scores of Keybase. So that's it for the presentation today. Some future work could focus on capturing the acronym long-form interactions during extraction, as well as test the model adaptability to other domains. You can find the link to the paper as well as the code that has been open sourced for the research community, and I'm happy to take up any questions.
Okay, thank you so much for attending. And again, since we are done with all papers, you can just directly reach out to the authors if you have any questions. At the end, I will very briefly review this workshop, and we'll provide some notes regarding the applications and the recordings. So, thank you so much for attending at Scientific Document Understanding. In this note, I will just very briefly review some very basic statistics of our workshop. In this workshop, we had 17 research papers. Among these papers, you can see that information extractions and its different subtasks have been the most popular topic with 5 papers. We have also 4 papers for document classifications and 3 papers for assessing the veracity of the informations. And we have also 2 papers for analyzing the influence of the works on each other. And finally, 3 papers for summarizations, processing the figures, and also recommendations. In total, we had 10 long papers and 7 short papers in the research track of our workshop. Based on the titles and the abstracts of the papers, we can see that using the extraction methods and also neural networks are the most popular terms in the research paper tracks, and it shows that these tasks and these methods are the popular approach for processing scientific documents. We also organized 2 shared tasks for acronym extraction and acronym disambiguation. In our acronym extraction, as our presenter presented, our goal is to find the acronyms and their long forms in text. We provided the participants a dataset on scientific and legal documents and in 6 different languages: English, Spanish, French, Danish, Persian, and Vietnamese. And also for acronym disambiguation, the objective is to find the correct meaning for an acronym where we don't have the correct long form close to the acronym. And we also provided a data set for this task in 2 different domains, legal and scientific, and in 3 different languages: English, Spanish, and French. For the first shared task, 8 teams participated and 9 teams submitted their systems in the test phase of this shared task. You can see the performance of the systems that submitted their results in the test phase. For more information, you can refer to our shared task overview paper, which will be published in the workshop proceedings. And for acronym disambiguation, 44 teams participated, and of which 11 teams submitted their systems in the test phase of this shared task. And again, you can see the performance of these subnet systems on the test set of the dataset. And again, for more information, please refer to our shared task overview paper. And finally, I want to first of all appreciate your attention, and I want to emphasize that we will publish the papers on SOAR, and for that we need to have the papers updated based on the template that SOAR requires us to have. So we will reach out to you very shortly and provide the instructions for how to update your paper. And also the workshop recording will be released on the workshop website after the this workshop, and probably in this week. And also we will release the slides for the presentations on the workshop website. And again, thank you for attending, and we hope that presentations were helpful for you to gain insight about the processing of scientific documents. And if you have any questions, you can ask me now or reach out to me after the workshop. Thank you. We can currently we don't have any preliminary versions of the papers, but we can also share them on our website. But we will finally officially publish the papers on SOAR, so it will be indexed by the Google Scholar and other entities. So for now, currently we don't have that, but we will reach out to the others, and we'll release the first version that we have on our website, but later we will remove that and use the SOAR to publish the papers. Great, thank you. And we have a poster session that will be just in the same room in the poster area. If you're interested, you can also attend our poster session. Thank you so much for attending the workshop.